652-9990 now.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
I just can't control my feet.
Coming to the venue at Thunder Valley, March 30th. World One presents The Jacksons. Don't miss The Jacksons with Sister Sledge and special guest The Tramps featuring Earl Young. Live on one stage, The Jacksons with Sister Sledge, March 30th at the venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets available now at Thunder Valley Box Office, Ticketmaster.com, and World1Presents.com. Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 11:40 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
First, we're coming from the Golden One Center, where the Kings are trying to do something they haven't done in 8 years. They're trying to do something that De'Aaron Fox has never done. They're trying to do something that hasn't been done since this place has existed. They're trying to beat the Milwaukee Bucks. Drapes, is this the night this streak finally comes to an end?
Yes.
Yes.
You know what? I'm Mr. Positivity today, Whitey. I'm not going to be waffling. I'm not going to be like, I don't know, guys. Anything can – no, my boys are going to get it done tonight. You know, I understand there's a lot of negativity after the loss against the Houston Rockets. Not by you. I'm not saying it was by you or by Jay.
All good.
But for me, today, I'm going to be Mr. Positive.
Good.
I think my guys get it done. I think they understand what's at stake these last 19 games.
Hey, more importantly, how was the day off?
It was let me take you behind the curtain,
please,
if you will.
Please.
Your boy was tired. I said I needed a day off. I'm in the process of a move, shifting some things from one place to another. My place is a mess. And
no wallet. It's hard to do.
No wallet, although I do have a wallet now, thanks to my guy Ryan Williams Art. I got it right here, the Kirkland brand wallet. Thank you, Ryan Williams Art. I got it here.
Nice.
But I needed a day just to not do anything. And so in my book, that means lounge, watch some Netflix, stay in your PJs.
Do whatever you want.
And I got up. I rode the bike. Did I do the Peloton? Yes. I don't know. I don't think I did the Peloton. But I had a 9 o'clock tee time. And so I golfed 18. Golfed 18. Ran home, showered, then walked the course for my son's golf match, 9
Okay.
holes.
All right.
And then that was it. And so I really didn't relax, though. Like,
Well, there's
here's
a lot happening yesterday.
There was. I'll tell you what. Here's the thing about golf, and you know this. Golf can be relaxing if you play well.
Oh, yeah.
When you play bad, it's miserable. And so I had about 14 holes of misery yesterday, so my day off was awful.
Yeah, I tried to get over that this way. I remember watching. I was at Pebble Beach or somewhere, and you see the guys, and they hit, and then they go every day. They're practicing. Like Tiger freaking Woods in his prime.
Right. Yep.
He's like he has his round, and he goes out to the range,
And then they go back to the range. Yeah.
yeah. And I realized I'm not doing that. He's Tiger Woods, and he does that. How can I get mad? I'm terrible, and I never practice. How can I get mad when I hit a bad shot? Of course I do. So I don't know. Maybe
that
that
was
helped.
my day off yesterday, man. So it was okay.
As far as the negativity, I think Jay and I'm kind of following in his footsteps here. I think we came to a point where we're at peace with this whole season right now. And it's just a matter of, you know what? Right now, the Kings, they're not playing great right now. Why? I don't know. I know they got a big game tonight. They got a big game tomorrow. These are meaningful games. We're just trying to enjoy it and not get caught up in the, why didn't they win this game? And that game, boy, if they'd won those 2 games previously, look where they'd be. That's all true, but there's really no benefit in getting caught up in that.
No, not at all. Because, and here we are 63 games into the season or whatever. We've been doing that all season. And it's not good for our mental health, really. Right. It's like, all right, they lost. It hurts. Take 24 hours to reflect on it. But now it's another game.
Yes.
And you got the Bucks. And if you win this game, all is right in the world.
Right.
You're feeling good about yourself. You got the Lakers tomorrow. And so I'm with you, man. It's like at this point of the season, I'm going to just try to enjoy the successes that we do have. And sure, we may lose tonight. We may lose tomorrow. But this team is guaranteed, in my opinion, unless something catastrophically happens, we're guaranteed at least a play-in scenario.
Mm-hmm.
It's not ideal, Whitey, but the goals that you set forth are still at hand. Why not be this year's Miami Heat? Why not get into the first round and who knows, depending on the matchup, pull off an upset? And so I'm not going to – the roller coaster, I know it's hard not to ride, Kings fans, because I'm with you. I'm in the front car. I got my hands gripped on the little safety bar, and I'm like, wee, wee. That's me on the roller coaster. But tonight, I'm going to enjoy some high-level basketball between 2 star-laden teams.
And it's not a matter of making excuses. We know the Kings have their shortcomings. I don't want people to think that we're saying, oh, it's fine. They're, you can't criticize them. They're great. There's nothing wrong here. Nothing to see. Obviously, there are flaws. It's more a matter of just bringing, at least for myself, and I think Jay, and again, Jay is kind of my Yoda on this, bringing expectations into line with what's going on. I was reading something last night talking about magicians. Magicians fool us because they base everything on our expectations. You expect one thing, they give you something else, and you go, whoa. Well, that's kind of what's happening with this season. Our expectations are here. Team doesn't always play well, and we're going, hey, what happened? What was that? What they played a trick on us? No, we're playing the trick on ourselves if our expectations are too high.
Yeah, let me ask you this, though, and I hear you. I get it. Maybe we should reconfigure our expectations of this team. But when they beat Denver, when they beat OKC, when they beat Minnesota, that's what gives us the hope.
Right.
That this team can be something special. And so when they win, if they beat Milwaukee tonight, if they beat the Lakers tomorrow, beat Knicks, should we still have low expectations for this team? Should we still lower our expectations for this team?
I really think it's a matter of the whole thing hanging in the balance right now. I would say right now, they're, for lack of a better term, I think right now they're mediocre. They're not a good team. They're not a bad team. That doesn't mean that they're going to be mediocre the rest of the year. That's why these games are so exciting. It's still up to them how good they can be this year. So if they win tonight, yes, of course you get excited. But then if they lose the next night, okay.
Put it in perspective, you're saying.
Yeah, but that's what's exciting about it.
Right.
It isn't that, oh, I thought they'd be this and they're here. No, it's more like this is where they are, and I'm excited about seeing where they can get to.
No, I hear you on that. I hear you. But, it's expectations can ruin the joy of the game.
They can in some way, sure.
And I feel like that's what's happening with this season. We've said it time and time again. Flip last season and this season. If we had this season last year, we'd be super excited.
Yeah.
We'd be like, oh my gosh, are they going to break the drought? The streak might be over. Like that would be the narrative right now. Now it's like these guys are underachieving. We're losing to bad teams. And so I think tonight, and I understand the Kings fans, you had 16 straight seasons of misery, 16 straight seasons of your season ending a week and a half into April. I get it. I understand that. But what I don't like, Whitey, is the first 8-0 run by an opponent, I'm getting texts, here we go again. The King's going to king and all this. And it's like, dog, it's 12-4 in the first. It's okay. Calm down. And so I would say, for tonight, and I'm on the call tonight, so I'll just be immersed in the actual game. I won't be up there at the perch reacting to every play. For tonight, I'm a reserve judgment until it's done.
Yeah.
Until we are finished. Now, if they come out and beat Milwaukee by 20, we're going to be feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
If they lose, though, we got to temper our set. I mean, this is Milwaukee. This is the second best team in the Eastern Conference.
Haven't beaten them since 2016. Right?
15 straight losses to these guys. We noticed the numbers. And so I think I'm going to enjoy basketball tonight. I'm going to be a basketball fan tonight.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. The last game to me really brought it into focus. Kings have 36 wins. Houston going into that game, they came in with 28 wins. Yeah. And I watched that game. And on the one hand, you could say, what's wrong with the Kings? They're supposed to beat this team. They're a better team. They're at home. Okay. But what I saw was Houston beat them. Houston is an athletic team, and I know they haven't won a lot of games. They're quick. They're a very strong defensive team. And the Kings, to me, they got beaten. They didn't give that game away. So it's like, all right, that's just kind of the reality of it right now. That's where they are. No matter who they're playing, where they're playing them, I mean, it's going to be a tough game. It's like De'Aaron Fox said after the Spurs game. He said, you want to finish stronger than that. But in the end, we had a close game against an NBA team. And I think we're probably going to get a lot more of those the rest of the way.
Yeah, but I'm not letting them off the hook like that, Whitey. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Not when you only make 6 threes. Not when you only score 104 points. Not when you score 14 in the third. You can say Houston beat them, but I feel like the Kings had opportunities in that game. I feel like the Kings had chances in that game. And I'm not just going to be like, ho-hum, they beat us, unless...
Not ho-hum, but I understand your point.
Unless the Kings, to your point, are just a mediocre team right now.
I think right now they are. I think the numbers say that. That doesn't mean they will continue to be.
Where would you... And don't look at the record. I'm talking the real... Where would you put the Kings in, let's say, the Western Conference? Are they the 7th best team?
I think they're right about where their record is, where the standings indicate. Yeah, maybe, right about. And then, you got to play the Lakers. Boy, last week you beat the Lakers and it looked like, okay, it looks like we took care of them.
Right.
And now you got them coming in there. They may be closer than they were last week.
Right. But I ask you this question because in New Orleans, they're having a great season.
Yes.
They're celebrating their squad. They're a top 6 team. Right now, the Kings are 2.5 behind New Orleans. So that 5 spot looks like it's sailing out the window.
Yep.
But you're only a game behind Phoenix. How are our Phoenix fans reacting to their season? Their season,
they keep winning games they're not supposed to win.
Right. But they're saying when we get healthy, watch out for the postseason. Whereas we're only a game behind them.
Yeah.
We're saying, if we get to the postseason, it's going to be quick. It's going to be a quick exit. Why can't we take the thought and the belief that, you know what, we're only a game behind Phoenix, mind you. Why can't we say, just get to the postseason and anything can happen?
Well, here's why people would not be inclined to say that. Who knows what's going to happen? And you know this. The Suns, they've got a lot of moving pieces, new players, injuries, and they still feel like they haven't played their best basketball. They don't have everybody together, and now you got Booker back. So there's reason for them to feel like, you know what? We've been building for this moment all year long. We've been working towards this. The Kings appear to be going, if in any direction, the other way, where it's like they're starting to wear down a little bit. So again, I'm not saying this is forget it, they're done, they're cooked, but it's a little harder to be optimistic the way Suns fans are.
Should Dallas be optimistic?
Their defense is terrible. They're playing well, so I know they're going to be. I think the Kings can be better than them. That's going to come down to these.
Can the Lakers be optimistic?
Yeah.
Well, how can all these teams behind us be the Warriors, Steph Curry? You get them in, watch out. Like, I think, and the point I'm trying to make is that Dallas still feels like they have hope.
Yes.
Lakers still feel like they have hope.
I'm not saying it's
Warriors
hopeless.
still feel like they how come it's doom and gloom with us? How come we aren't saying we still got hope?
Because since whatever it is, January, whatever.
January,
I mean, they're
or fourth.
Yeah. Their last 18 games are 9-9.
Right.
Yeah. That's not bad. It's just not very good. So it just looks like, this team's kind of stuck. They're a little stuck right now. So maybe they win a couple games, things are going to look a lot different. I'm not saying it's over. Don't care. You shouldn't care. There's no hope. Well, let's be honest. What we've seen lately is a team that's having a hard time getting some traction. They've had a team meeting, and they just lost to a team that at home that has an inferior record. That's just where it is right now. It's exciting if they can embrace the underdog thing and surprise some teams. But if we're thinking this is a 50-win team and they've just been underachieving all year and, Mike Brown, he's dragging this team down, that you're delusional if you think that.
Nah, but that's you said multiple different things there, Whitey. Like, this team should be a 48-50 win team.
I don't think they are.
Well,
maybe you're right, but I don't think this team is.
They're not right now, of course. But when you've shown you can beat the best of the best,
mm-hmm.
and yet, and the problem is everybody's numbers outside of Domas and Malik Monk, everybody's numbers are down.
Mm-hmm.
Fox's his efficiency is down. Keegan's his, Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, his scoring numbers are down. And so at their best, they are. The problem is they haven't been there. And to your point, we just have to say, all right, who we thought they were, they haven't lived up to those expectations. They're less than what we thought.
Right.
Which
right.
is frustrating.
We'll come right back. Conversation continues. Tell you why last night, not an especially great night for the Kings. Also, how the Kings need to find their A game in the spray game. When we come right back to the Golden One Center. Drapes is back with us today at Drive Guys Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Sacramento is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Call Revive Men's Health Sacramento at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
I think they're definitely a good team in that category. You know, the guys that they have on that team, they embody that. And, I think tonight will be another good challenge with that for us. So, just got to kind of go out there and adapt to it. We've seen it a couple games now where, refs are letting guys play. So, you got to be ready for it.
Mercy me, the physicality. Keon Ellis and how the Bucks are a very physical team. Hey, Doc Rivers has done a good job restoring a sense of defensive responsibility since he's taken over there.
Yeah, they're a much improved team. 109.8 points per game they allow since Doc took over. That's 9th in the NBA, And you're talking about a top 10 defense, and
they were a mess.
Yeah, they were a mess, and so and they've stepped up their offense as of late. Also, I mentioned the 109.8. Well, in the games before then, they were giving up 120.1. Like they were 24th in the NBA. So I mean, they were struggling. And so this is a different Bucks team than what we saw back in January.
Yeah. By the way, we were just talking about where the Kings are in the West, and real quick, as you probably know, last night, not a great night for the Kings because you had, the Mavs won, the Suns won, and the Warriors all won. So right now it's, Phoenix is 6th, and the Kings are a game back of that in 7th. They're basically tied with Dallas for 7th. They're just percentage points ahead. Then the Lakers are a game and a half behind the Kings, and the Warriors are 2.5 behind the Kings.
Yeah.
So just about everything is in play here, and that's underscoring how important the rest of this homestand is.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be massive. Think about this, Whitey. You're a game and a half ahead of the Lakers right now. You got a tough Bucks team in here. You lose today, you go a game ahead of the Lakers.
With them coming in.
They could be in a virtual tie. You have the tiebreaker against them, but this would be, and there's a difference between the 7-8 seed and the 9-10. Like when it comes 7-8, you got 2 cracks at it, basically. You're guaranteed at least 2 cracks. 9 or 10, that first game, you got to win.
You got to go 2-0.
You got to go, you got to go 2-0. Exactly. And so I did not think we would be in this position, to be honest with you. And I think this is what fans are so disappointed in. We knew it would be some struggles. We knew the West was going to be tough. But if you win the games, not even all of them, because you're going to lose some games you're supposed to lose, but even just half of them, 4 more wins, what would that have done for this team?
You're right.
And I think that's the frustrating part for the fans. And I know the guys are trying. I know Mike Brown is racking his brain trying to figure this out. The players are trying. They can't put their finger on it. But, man, it is frustrating because, and I've said it, I know I came in thinking all positive. We were going to get it done.
That didn't last long.
But I'm a realist, Whitey. I keep it real, big dog. That's what I do. And so I have no idea what's going to happen tonight, guys.
Right.
Who knows? It would not shock me in the least to see the Kings come out and win this game. And I wouldn't be shocked if we lost it either.
Yeah, I know. What you just said is absolutely true. But that's one of the points I was making as far as, if they've done this, done that. While true, I'm just not focusing on that. I'm focusing more on where they are now and how they get better. And one of the things that's pretty clear from here is they have to start making their threes. We told you yesterday, Jay and I talked to Jay Triano.
Yep.
And I asked him that question. You and me were kicking that around on Friday. It's like, hey, they're not shooting many threes lately. And he said, you're right. And he said, we need to. He said, we still want to shoot 40 threes a game.
See?
Yeah.
So it's not a coaching philosophy that said, guys, don't chuck them up.
Right. So I said, well, how come, Houston did a good job and kept you to 32, before that was 33. He said both the last 2 teams they played, Houston and the Spurs, have done a really good job at defending the 3-point line. But he and Mike Brown also, and you know this, you heard Coach, talked about how they have to do a better job in the spray game, which is get to the paint and then get it out.
Right.
Houston, when you get in the paint, the same thing happened against, was it the Bulls? With their great interior defense.
Yeah.
Mike Brown says, look, we get to the paint, and then that's when you got to get it out to the shooters. And we get stuck in there, and we try to score, or we go too deep, and then we get bogged down. So that's one of the things that he says they've been emphasizing. They're emphasizing it for tonight. He says, we worked on it before the last game. Get to the paint, spray it out, because this team, the key to their success going forward is they got to take and make more threes.
Whitey, Kevin.
This is the coach talking.
No, but here's the thing. Stop that. Mike, stop. Mike's been saying that since week 1. Spray threes. Like, that's it. He's been preaching spray threes to the high heavens. I'm tired of hearing spray threes. I get it. What frustrates me is we all know that already. That's been well documented. The question is, how come it's not happening? And does Mike need to start holding guys accountable if they don't follow that? Because this has been preached since day one. Trust me, I'm in the practices. I'm in the film sessions. I know. Spray that. That's.
Then who are the biggest offenders? in your view?
I gotta look at the film to use Coach V.
I knew so.
You like that, right? You like that?
Yeah.
No, but basically, I think it's an everybody thing, to be honest with you. If you handle the ball, I think De'Aaron, I think Malik, I think Keegan, it's a team-wide problem, And I honestly think Domas could do a better job.
Absolutely.
And when he
turnovers,
drives
by the way, is
to
like,
kick it out.
No,
exactly. And so I just it's unacceptable that Mike continues to preach the same thing. And the guys, sometimes they follow it, sometimes they don't. It's like having a kid. How many times I got to tell you to pick up your shoes off the floor, pick up your socks? Someday they do it, someday they don't.
Is that your son or your daughter?
And both. Shoes are all over the place. It's a mess, dude. It's a minefield out there. But as a parent, what do you do in that situation? Do you take away playing time if you're Mike Brown? Or do you just keep harping on it, guys, and that you hope one day it'll click? I mean, this is the NBA. If in my household, maybe I'll take away a phone for a week or something like that, or somebody, no devices for the day. But in the NBA, are you just going to sit guys down?
I don't know.
When it's a team-wide problem,
yeah,
is what I'm saying. You keep hitting it and hitting it. And so we know the problem with the spray threes. Like, Mike's been preaching that since day one.
Yeah, what's really interesting about that, and it relates to parenting and coaching, is it depends on the person. For example, this is just all theoretical. Let's say somebody had a daughter and she's leaving her Legos laying around, right?
Yes.
And you said, better pick up your Legos. She doesn't do it. Better pick last chance, doesn't pick them up. And so then the parents take the Legos and put them away. Say, well, now they're gone because you didn't pick them up. And that daughter's like, oh, I learned my lesson. But then another daughter, a few years later, is like, I don't care.
Right. All right. I was done with Legos anyway. I'm playing with something else.
I'll find something else.
Right.
So it's tricky. It depends on the people. But as far as the Kings go, the reason they're so volatile, one of them is they are basically a jump shooting team.
Yeah.
And you have to start making threes. There was, would you say, 6 for 32?
Yeah.
I know in your pregame, Katie was saying, I need them to make 15 threes. When you're only shooting 32, that's tough.
Yeah,
she's right. They have to start making more threes. They got to be competitive with the other team every game when it comes to the threes.
It's to me, and the NBA is a process, Whitey. It's you're gonna have your your setbacks. It's not linear, meaning you're not gonna all of a sudden one day, I figured it out,
right?
And then it be that way the rest through eternity. So you're gonna have some good days and you're gonna have some bad days. And Mike Brown continues to hit it. And if I'm a player, I wonder, because when you talk about the spray threes, one thing he talked about post game the other day was guys are getting too deep. You're driving into the defense and then trying to figure it out. Then, like, if I'm a player, and there was one possession, and I told Katie this during the timeout. Man, I wish I had the video. I could show everybody on the YouTube and online. The Spurs had like 5 guys touch the paint and spray it out. It was the best possession I've seen out of any NBA team all year long, where they were just on the rope. It was like a guy would drive, kick, catch it, drive,
dribble,
kick,
drive motion.
drive. Yes, it was beautiful to watch. And I don't know if they made the shot, but I think that's what the Kings ideally want to do. You want to touch the paint, but then kick it out.
Right.
And Mike Brown says, all right, if you don't have the shot, snap drive. The snap drive is catch and then drive again. And so watch tonight on a single any given possession, how many times guys drive into the paint and kick out, because I think that's key to getting more threes.
Yes.
And I also wonder too, Whitey, when guys are struggling, are they a little hesitant to shoot threes?
Yes, we've seen that too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They aren't letting it fly.
Yeah, good point you make though about dribble drive motion. You get the ball goes to the wing, he drives, and then he's either getting the cup or he's kicking it out. Right? So you get this motion going, and that guy drives, kicking it out. And the Kings so often is like, guy drives, gets stuck, right? It's stuck in there.
Pick it up, and now I'm looking for something.
And then the whole offense is just.
That's it. What was that sound?
That's what is that? What happened to the hyperdrive? That's what, that's what happened. You see it, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
How about this? The Kings actually getting some love from the national media.
Ooh.
We got that for you when we
Okay.
return to the Golden One Center Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a three. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip-off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Jiffy Lube has a special promotion going on right now. Simply purchase a Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change at Jiffy Lube and receive a $25 e-gift card from popular brands for food, gas, and more. It's that easy. Simply purchase a Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change and receive a $25 e-gift card. So basically, going to Jiffy Lube can get you a free lunch or a pizza for dinner. That's what we call added value for the consumer. That's why Jiffy Lube is #1 in the greater Sacramento area for oil changes. Visit jiffylube.com for more details and valuable coupons today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my friends at Fire Wings talking about Wings Day Wednesday. That's right, 88-cent wings every Wednesday. 3-flavor lineup includes 7 classic, 7 dry rub, and 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. A great place to watch and enjoy sports with friends. 21 delicious flavors to choose from. Save time. Order online for pickup or delivery. Just go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you. Order online. Earn rewards. Fire Wings. Just wing it.
When the unexpected happens, trust AutoAccident.com. Loyalty and compassion set them apart. They're with you every step of the way. AutoAccident.com. That's AutoAccident.com.
National Ping Club Fitter of the Year, Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is introducing the straightest, most forgiving Ping driver ever with the new Ping G430 Max 10K driver. A fixed back weight, Ping's largest head profile, and a carbon fly wrap crown help G430 Max 10K launch the ball higher with less spin for consistently longer and straighter results. Schedule your fitting and see for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue to Cap City Freeway, or online at HagenOaks.com.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own report.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jake Owen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by California Army National Guard, Major Wood Home Furnishings, and RVs of Sacramento.
Get ready for your chance to win a $475 gift card by entering Sactown Sports Bracket Challenge on Monday, March 18th. Sponsored by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Trace back with us today after a day off yesterday, coming to you from the Golden One. I hate to say this, Trace, because you're going to be sad that you missed the show yesterday. We had a meal on. We had a meal on live, and you didn't get to talk.
No, that's all right. Yesterday was meant to be a relaxing day. Anytime I think of that guy or see that guy, my blood pressure boils. It's like I'm walking out, around the arena here. Man, Drapes, good thing you ain't have a meal on, or like people will ask me about this guy, and I'm like, I'm not friends with this guy. Like I see him in the parking lot at the radio station. We just give each other one of these, like it's like a little, and then keep it moving. No convo, nothing. What'd he say?
Well, he updated us on some of the 49ers stuff that was going on. They had a busy day yesterday, and they're busy again today. They've signed, the 49ers have, Jordan Elliott, tackle from the Browns, $10 million over 2 years. He's a big son of a gun, 302 pounder, 6'4", 302. really good interior lineman, which is just what the Niners need.
Yeah.
Also, there's word that Debo plans to switch his jersey number to number 1 next year.
Do we know why?
I don't know why, and perhaps that's out there, and perhaps I missed it, but no, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Did Emil say anything about the Eagles move yesterday? Nobody asked him about
maybe
that?
Jay knows more and remembers better than I do. I don't think he was that impressed.
No, he wasn't. We made sure
Saquon's a top 5 back in the league. What are we talking about here?
we made sure Draper to say, he was your McCaffrey, and he was like, okay, good signing. I like, and he made sure to say he likes Saquon Barkley, but he doesn't think it doesn't move the needle for you guys.
That is crazy, Jay. We all know the deal, though. Like, this is an added dimension to this Eagles. He finally will be unchained from the New York Giants, and we can see this guy in full display.
Yeah.
This is a NFC altering move, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sure, the secondary still sucks. They got to improve the secondary, yes, and that will happen. But Saquon's a 3-down back, fellas, just like Christian McCaffrey. Saquon can catch it out of the backfield. Swift wasn't necessarily a 3-down back, and so I love this move.
Yeah. Somebody on the chat was saying they're never going to forget the half season that Barkley's going to have for him before he.
Oh. Hey, long as he's there for the back half. That's all I need. Long as he's there for the back half.
Yeah. It's been a busy couple of days. What do you think of the Ravens getting Derrick Henry? They're just going to run people over next year.
How old is Derrick Henry, though? I know he's still the man.
Well, there's physical age, and then there's actual age. So
yeah.
Physically, I mean, it takes a toll, all the mileage.
He's 30.
They're running.
But I take him.
It's like the best in the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still got Flowers.
Yeah.
And you got Lamar who can
Right.
run.
Right.
Oh, my gosh. That's going to be tough.
Yeah. He's Derrick Henry's 30.
Yeah.
Chronologically, physically,
Right.
who knows?
Right.
37, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. We were talking about the Kings getting some national love somehow, some way. This was actually yesterday on ESPN, and it was Stephen A. and Shannon Sharp, and they were talking about the Lakers and the Kings. And Stephen A. here, we'll hear it. Here's Stephen A. sticking up for the Kings against Shannon Sharp.
By the way, you bring up Denver. I got to. So Sacramento ain't nothing to be worried about? Sacramento ain't nothing to be worried about. I'm talking about Sacramento against y'all.
Not in the 7-game
against
series.
y'all. What? Sacramento will take y'all. You do understand that, right? They would take y'all. I think New Orleans might take y'all personally. I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to speak it into existence. I don't want that to happen because obviously we all know where I want to be come May and June. I want to be in Southern California, and apologizing for that to anybody.
How about that? The Lakers would take care of the Lakers in a series.
I think so. I mean, the matchup has proven to be in the Kings' favor. Like the Kings have owned the Lakers recently, 3-0 so far this season. Got them tomorrow. I will say, though, one game, I would not want to face the Lakers. Not one game with LeBron. LeBron, go back to 2016 LeBron James, you know what I mean? Like come out with like 40, 15, and 12 on us. I don't need to see that. But I think the Kings over a 7-game series are a better team than the Lakers.
It's probably not going to, well, it can't end up every one of these ways, but let's say you could pick who the Kings would have in a 7-8 matchup. If they win, they're in. You could pick them to play the Warriors, the Lakers, or the Mavs. Who would you pick?
Dang.
Who do you think they'd have a better shot against?
Oh.
It's 7-8, so even if you lose, you still get another shot.
Wow. I probably would say the Warriors.
Really?
I think the Warriors are still a flawed team, and maybe that's me hating on them and me being biased, which is a possibility. But, Dallas, maybe I'll say Dallas. You know
I think I'd say Dallas.
Because I don't know if Dallas has the fortitude, if you will, to, like Luka's sort of a front runner, Kyrie.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else scares me on that team.
They're not a great defensive team.
Not great
that any of those
defensive
teams
team.
are.
They don't play with physicality like, like the Rockets or the Pelicans or something like that. And so, all right, I'll say Dallas.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. What did you think, speaking of the Warriors, Trace Jackson Davis, the dunk on Wemby last night?
It was a great dunk.
It was offensive foul.
I saw the hand. And,
I mean, he pushed his hand out of the way. He did do that.
That's marginal contact, Whitey. That's
Wimby's like getting ready to block, and they're like, "Wow!" He just
pushed him out of the way.
It's great if you can get away with it,
right? And he got away with it. But I'm not a big, Wimby got wrecked. I don't know if you heard Bob Fitzgerald's call on it.
I had it on, but actually, no. Where I was watching it was the Spurs call, so I didn't.
Oh, it's the Spurs call, yeah. And so he's like, he dunked on all of France, and and all this. I'm like, man, it was a dunk. And I always say, every NBA player, if you're competing, will get dunked on in their career because Wimby's trying to make a play. You don't worry about. There's no business decision. It was a nice dunk, but ultimately, it's 2 points.
Yeah, I like watching him play. I wouldn't say I'm a Wimby fan necessarily, at least not yet. But I did appreciate what he said after the game, which was just the way you stated it. He said, I dunk on people and I'm going to get dunked on. It's not that big of a deal.
It really isn't. As a broadcaster in the middle of the game, it's like,
they don't believe
but
it.
They,
That's
people
you, right?
making it.
Malik, they don't believe
right.
it. Wasn't that you?
Did I do that?
It wasn't that you, I think, and the one they have for a promo?
It might be. Me. Yeah.
Somebody dunks it. They don't believe it.
Did I say that?
I think so.
All right, that might be me. I don't know. But I saw the dunk not live. I saw it on my phone, and it's like you would have thought like getting dunked on versus getting crossed up are two different things, in my opinion. Like when somebody makes you fall down, that's like they did something.
Yeah, they stole a little piece.
They stole a little piece of you. When you get dunked on, the odds of you actually blocking somebody's dunk aren't that high. And I know it's Wimby and everything. And so Trace Jackson Davis, 57th overall pick.
I know.
Man, why can't we get guys like that?
I don't know. The thing that was impressive about it was, sometimes a guy will help. Like you got to slide over, you go up, and you get dunked on. It's like, well, what am I supposed to run away? That wasn't what happened here.
This was one-on-one.
Yes, and he gave him a spin move and went right by him and threw it down.
Yeah, and we get on the Warriors. Well, not we. I'll say me.
All of France. You really said he dunked on all of France?
Yeah. It was. I'm not a Fitzy guy. Him and Kalina. Kalina is my guy from back in Kentucky, but it's like they're a little too homerish for me. But
maybe that's why he wouldn't come on the last time I asked him to come.
Did you really ask him?
Yeah, a while ago.
And he said no.
He said, "Oh, it's a game night." I was like, "Yeah, but it was a nationally televised game that they weren't."
Well, he takes his craft seriously. He's prepping for the press.
We found somebody that's not Whitey's guy. I see. I'm gonna have to get Kalina on this show as well.
Yeah, get Kalina. Write Kalina down. That Kalina is my guy from Kentucky. Used to cover him when I worked in Louisville. He played for the Kentucky Wildcats.
All right,
we go way back. But no, it's the Warriors. I was going to say I got on them for the Wiseman, for the Moody. Finally, Kuminga's coming around. But Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis, they've done a hell of a job with those two guys.
I know. It's like their two-timeline plan is finally working now that they've abandoned it.
Right. You're right about that. Now that it's, the Clay and those guys about to ride off into the sunset. But they got two nice pieces. I will say this, though. When it comes time for Steph to leave, Clay, Draymond, Podziemski and Trace Jackson, they're solid players, good players, but they're going to fall off a cliff. I still think.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like they hand the torch over. All right, guys, now you continue, this decades of dominance and making the playoffs and everything like that. It's going to be rough.
That was a mistake they made because they decided when they were going to try to institute that two-timeline plan, we're not just going to get good guys. We're going to get guys that could be transformational players like Wiseman, and they were way off. It was a big swing and a miss. Kuminga looks like maybe he's going to be close to that, but that's why rather than just pick guys that they knew like Tyrese Halliburton's going to be a good player. No. We got to get the next great player, James Wiseman. That was a mistake they made.
No, exactly. It's they were swinging for like they were gambling almost. You know what I mean?
Right,
it's like, high risk, high reward kind of situation.
Yep. When we come back, Drapes has he wants to share some views of operations here in the arena.
Yeah, I got a bone to pick with a few people. I'm upset.
So
right
unlike
now.
you,
dude. I wanted to be positive, but they ruined the mood when I walked in.
All right,
like the staffers here ruined the mood. I'll tell you about it.
Yeah, we'll find out what's up next here from the Golden One with the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper. As the proud sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew, Alsco Uniforms offers certified hygienically clean lab coats, scrubs, bed linens, towels, floor mats, and an array of mops tailored for your healthcare facility. Our services include convenient delivery to your doorstep. Leading the way in healthcare laundry services in Northern California, discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's alsco.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
For beginning golfers, not getting into bad habits gives you a much better chance of enjoying the game and shooting lower scores. John Howells in Golf Monthly says these mistakes should be avoided. First, know your club distances. Take your yardages not from your best or worst shot, but somewhere in the middle. And no dancing allowed. Swaying in the backswing is a common fault, which forces you to compensate in the downswing. Mastering impact. Trust the loft on the club face and don't try to lift the ball. Club face control. For right-handers, take care to set the perfect grip with 2 V's between thumb and forefinger pointing to your right shoulder. Bunker shots. Many struggle here because they fail to open the club face before hitting the shot. Turn the club before you take your grip. And finally, learn how to read greens and hole more putts. Even on a miss, putts that miss above the hole offer more chance of holding the putt. Now go out and have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Rarely is news of a severely sprained ankle good news, but that's the case today.
Yeah.
Rocket Center Alperin Şengün, who went down in a heap here Sunday afternoon with 39 seconds to go in the Kings Rockets game, looked like it could have been a catastrophic knee injury, and we found out today that he has avoided a catastrophic injury, severely sprained ankle and a bruised knee. So that's great news for him, the Rockets, and any basketball fan.
Yeah, a lot of speculation going on when we first saw the injury. Like, it looked really, really bad. One of those, ACLs or something you could be out for a year.
Couple CL.
Yeah,
ACL,
couple MCL, all that. All PCL, all the CLs out there. CL smooth, CL,
Yep.
Jay know.
Yep. All of them. It looked
all
like
of them,
it.
right?
Yeah.
No, but that's huge news. I mean, he's one of the young, bright stars of the game, and I wouldn't be surprised. If he comes back healthy next season, he will be an all-star. Like, he was knocking on that door, I thought, this year, and good to see, good news to hear that it's nothing more serious.
That team has a chance to be a lot better next year.
I think so. They got a nice mix of veterans and young talent, too. And they got a coach, in his first year now, who sort of has this aura about him, this cachet about him. When he walks in, he demands respect. And you're right, man. They could be, I'm not saying they'll be as good as OKC, but that next team that, makes a leap into playoff contention.
Meanwhile, Steph is out tonight versus the Mavs. Or actually, I think that might be tomorrow. I'll have to double check on that when they actually play that game. Also,
that's
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Karl Anthony Towns, meniscus surgery. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks. My understanding is he had less done now that allows him to maybe be back sooner, but it limits the chances of a full recovery. So in other words, let's clean it up now and I can get back sooner. So obviously they're dealing with that. And then Otto Porter let go by the Jazz. I don't know about you. I was thinking, boy,
were you? You were one of those?
Yeah, he's defended. He played for Mike Brown when he was at Golden State. And Otto Porter says, good night, everybody.
Yeah, he knew.
Yeah.
You weren't the only one out there. Oh, maybe we could get him here and sack.
Yes.
A 3-and-D guy. And but the injuries really, 12 years, I think he played? Injuries in 12 years nowadays, is nothing, and injuries really zapped his career.
Yeah. So what happened to you? You were so optimistic. You literally declared, I'm an optimist today when we started the show, and it doesn't look like that's where you are right now.
I come in here. I had a nice breakfast this morning. Took my breakfast. I'm nice. I feel good.
Yeah.
But, Selena doesn't come here till about 3:30 with our lunch.
Right.
And so I need a little snack to go from 9:30 when I have my breakfast to 3:30. That's 6 hours.
Right.
So I need something to eat, just a little snack. And you know how it is, Whitey. You've been to games. You go in the media room, there's popcorn. There's tons of popcorn everywhere. For the second game in a row, I walk in, and my guy, he has this table. There's 200 boxes of popcorn. He has another side table with a couple of boxes. There's a billion boxes of popcorn.
They're not out yet, though, right? They're not.
No, they're not out where they normally are, but they're out. They're there.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, man, your boy could use a snack. The guy wasn't there at this table, though. So I'm like, I'll just take this box of popcorn. He won't miss it.
Uh-oh.
He's like, Drapes, I can't have you. You can't take that box. And it's the little black boxes. You see it. They're in all the lounges.
Yeah.
They're all around the place. And I'm like, what? I can't take one box of popcorn? And this is the second straight game. The last time I came in, there was a big pallet of popcorn. Like it was mad. It had to be like 500 boxes.
There's definitely more popcorn than anyone could possibly
exactly.
eat. Yeah.
And so
and it's
I'm
good
like,
popcorn too.
And I'm like, I could just take this. Let me get this box of popcorn. The girl's like, nope, you can't have it. And I'm like, I can't have one box of popcorn. And usually when people do that, I get upset. I'm like, I turn into a Karen. I'm like, who's your manager? You know, but I already know who the manager is. I know who the upper. My girl Selena, my girl Deidre.
Yeah.
They take care of all the food up in the spot here.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, let me call Selena up. And the girl's like, oh, no, here you go. And she gave me the popcorn then. But coming in today, my guy who's down there, this is at the loading dock. I came with the kids the other day. We walking through. Hey, kids, you want some popcorn and cookies? He gave my kids 2 boxes of popcorn, 3 cookies. I come in by myself, nothing. I can't. He comes out from behind. Drapes, you can't have that. I'm like, bro.
You had your popcorn. We gave it. Your kids had it.
Exactly.
Is that what he said? Yeah.
Yeah. No, he said, you know, that's for the kids, not you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and then my guy Damaris, who's a camera operator, he's like, Drapes, I understand you on the radio now. I understand you got the Mercedes, you got the sponsorship, but you ain't running things around here. So it kind of put me in my place. I'm like, dang, I can't even get a box of popcorn in the spot. These are my people. This is my like, we are a brotherhood. I'm an employee, and I can't even get a box of freaking popcorn. So I got to wait till 3:30 when Selena comes in. That's why I'm in a bad mood, because I'm hungry. I need my popcorn.
You got to embrace the humility. The Cosmos has just taught you a little lesson there.
Dude, I'm one of the most humble people you know. As I say it, I'm what? But no, so I'm in a little bit of bad mood. I don't have any water. I don't have any popcorn, and it's not set up in the media room.
I got some water.
Have you opened it yet?
No.
Nah, Selena will be here in 36 minutes. So, but yeah, so that's why I'm a little upset right now.
Okay.
It's like, it'd be
You're on edge because of this game tonight.
Nah, man, it'd be different if I was asking for a jersey or something, Whitey, or something. I'm asking for a box of freaking popcorn. They got 20,000 boxes of popcorn.
You don't.
They got more popcorn than people up in this building, and I can't get popcorn.
You got your Mercedes. You got your radio show. You run things. That's awesome. That's employee of the year.
Yeah,
right
I know.
There.
So hopefully I wasn't too mean to anybody today. But I'm you know, when you it's called being hangry. I'm hangry right now. I didn't pack any snacks, and so that's why I'm upset.
All right, gotcha. We appreciate you finding a way.
You feel my pain, though?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
yeah, I'm having a hard time carrying on. Tell you how Domas can make franchise history tonight when we come back to the house that Drapes built, the Gold One Center. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
You know what else I'm going to appreciate? When I get to Sacramento and I get to hit the free food, get the free food. That's all I
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Timeshare trap and think there's no way out. Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
Don't you love an extra $100 in your pocket? Have a TurboTax expert file your taxes for you by March 31st to get $100 back instantly. Because no matter what moves you made last year, TurboTax makes them count. That means getting $100 back and 100% accurate taxes Only from Intuit TurboTax. Must file by 3/31. Credit only applicable to federal filing fees with TurboTax full service. Offer can be modified or terminated at any time.
Ball forward, take your base.
The only thing worse than a pitcher running out of gas on the mound is your old phone running out of storage for your photos in the stands.
Goodbye, home run.
Switch to Verizon and get a great deal on a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage for all the ballpark pics you want. Just trade in your iPhone, any model, in any condition, so you'll feel like you're winning, even when your team's not. Trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on iPhone 15 Pro with unlimited Ultimate and get iPad and Apple Watch SE with eligible service plan. Only on Verizon.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Right now, Maida Chevy saves you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2024 half-ton Silverado LT Crew Cab 4-wheel drives after rebates. A Maida Chevy exclusive.
See dealer for details. Ends 3/31/24.
See all the savings at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
But he was told in no uncertain terms, hey, mister, you got your radio show, your BMW, doesn't mean you run things around here.
Mercedes.
I'm sorry.
That.
I apologize.
Never.
I apologize.
Oh, my goodness,
yes,
Drake.
right.
Come on. I mean, Whitey, come on.
Yeah, I know. I apologize. Let's see here. We got from Manny Too Legit. You want an apple pie that I got from Walmart, Drapes? I got you.
Nah. I'm not an apple pie guy.
Brian Williams,
I appreciate it.
Get him some popcorn after he gives me a ride in his Mercedes to the store to get his popcorn. So anyway, people are willing to help you out here. And I guess your mom can.
Yeah, my mom, she's back in Philadelphia listening. I don't know if I should say this. I might get fired, but I'm going to say it anyway. Mom texted me because she's listening to the program. And she knows when I get hungry, I get hangry. Like, that's just me.
Better than anybody.
Better than anybody. She said, Kyle, what's up with them not giving you popcorn? Sounds pretty childish. Haters.
Because I'm a shoe-in for Hater of the Year.
Text of the day, winner right there. Right
Haters.
there.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, we got plenty to be excited about despite that situation. I'm a little nervous, actually, about talking to Marcus Johnson bottom of the hour.
No, I can't wait. You ain't bring any popcorn? No. All right, next time. Yeah, they're not open yet.
Anybody who wanders by who have to ask in the arena, Drake's like, hey, you got my popcorn?
You have to literally ask everybody that comes through there now.
Seriously. I need popcorn. So it's like a ritual, the popcorn and the cookies, and then
right.
Then you get the water, and so that's why I'm off today. I'm off. I'm off my game.
Plus, daylight savings a couple days ago. You got all that going on.
That's been rough.
Yeah. Anyway, Marcus Johnson from the Bucks TV crew, he's going to join us, an all-time great. Looking forward to that. Also, we got Brendan today is going to join us.
Brendan. Okay.
What's going on here? With
he was at shoot around today. Too,
Yeah. Now tonight, Domas can make franchise history. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. He's got 46 straight triple doubles. So he's tied with Jerry Lucas, who in 67-68 also had 46 straight triple doubles. So Domas can make franchise history tonight, and he can get closer to the all-time NBA record for double doubles. Doesn't matter either way. Nobody's going to notice, right? The NBA large, no one pays any attention to him.
They
don't even know what's going on.
They don't even know that he's averaging 20, 12, and 8, like putting up those kind of numbers. And what's so crazy about Domas, like, it's already foregone conclusion he's going to get a double-double, right? Like, he makes it look so easy right now. Like, he's at 46. He's going to go to 47 unless injury or foul trouble or something. I mean, the way this guy plays, the way he gobbles up rebounds, the points should be there. And so mark it down.
I will say I saw something at NBA.com today that was pretty respectful towards Domas. It was a preview of the game tonight, NBA.com, and they talked about two key matchups. They talked about Dame versus Fox, and they talked about this Giannis-Sabonis rivalry that goes back to his time in OKC. And I was like,
really?
Okay.
Rivalry.
He had a triple-double. I guess they both had triple-doubles last game, Giannis and Domas.
When
they last played in that incredible
they both had
game.
And it was the first time that there's been two triple-doubles in the same game by opposing players. I got that stat right here, Whitey, as I was getting ready for today's prep for the game. I'd have to pull it up here. My computer's acting up. But it's, I don't know about rivalry they want to call it, but
well, that was nice. I was like, well, okay.
All right, I got it right here. Last meeting.
That was a great game.
One of two times this season we've seen opponents record triple doubles in the same game. Şengün and Jaylen Brown did it on January 21st, and Domas and Giannis back on January 14th.
Yeah, that was an especially difficult loss, wasn't it? That one.
It was. It was a thrilling game. From a broadcaster standpoint, it was great. It was great to call. You had De'Aaron Fox to layup, to force overtime after we missed all them free throws and everything, and then Dame Lillard with that game winner. And, you know, that was part of that stretch where it was Milwaukee and then Phoenix. Two heartbreaking losses back-to-back, if I'm correct. And but that was a heck of a game, man. That was a 143-142, stars shining brightly. That was a heck of a game to call.
That's going to be, I would bet, years from now when people are asking you about what was the best game you ever called, and who knows, there's going to be great games that we can't even dream of now that you'll call. But that one, I would think that might be one that you'll remember.
Oh yeah. And because it was Dame Lillard, it was, you know, his first season. Bucks had been struggling, and you know, some people got on me because as the Kings announcer, they thought I was a little too excited. But man, that was
that's why you can't get any popcorn.
That's why, right? They revoked my popcorn privileges. But when you're in that moment and you have an all-time great going off like that, and you just knew it too. Once he got the ball, once Lopez gave it to him or whoever it was, like you knew he's going to pull up from the logo. And sure enough, bang. And so, you know, I got home that day and I was happy with my call, even though we lost that one.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Ken has been hanging on. Ken joins us now on Sactown Sports. Hello, Ken. What's up?
What's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Good, Ken. Good to hear from you. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, you guys were talking earlier. I do not trust this Kings team to being a one and done. They have to get the 6th seed to get at least a best out of 7 playoff series. If they're in the play-in game, I don't trust them. I don't trust them, especially if they're playing at home. This team is wildly inconsistent, and I am done. And you're talking about that Milwaukee game. To me, losing to Milwaukee, then losing to Phoenix, then losing to Indiana, to me, that changed the Kings' season somewhat. I thought they would have been in the top 4, but after that game, I think it got them down to 6 or 7, and I think they languished there. There's been at least 6 games this season that the Kings have literally given away in the last minute. That Bucks game is one that I will never forget because they missed 4 out of 5 free throws that would have iced that game. That 3-pointer by Dame would have been incidental. So I think for this team to make any noise, They're going to have to get in the playoff at least in the sixth spot. If they're not in the sixth spot, in the one and done, I think we lose. Even if we're dominating the Lakers this year, I think if they play the Lakers in that game, the Lakers beat them because I don't trust them.
Wow.
Just my opinion.
All right. Thank you, Ken. Yeah, that's a wise observer of the games.
I know, Ken.
And you can certainly understand, there's something to be said for optimism, but in a one game, hopefully it won't come to that. I don't even want to think about that. That would be just, that would be gut wrenching.
Yeah, you're right. It would be gut wrenching, and hopefully it doesn't come to that. But let me ask you this. Ken's talking about, I want to be the 6th seed, or one of the top 6. I get it. Right now, that would be, you would face Minnesota, who maybe you match up well, especially with Cat being hurt. But would it be the worst if you wind up with the 8th seed, meaning you get through the play and make it to 8 and have to face OKC in the first round? Like, is Ken off the bandwagon then? Is he saying, you know what, even if we make it through, like, I think if you get through and you match up with OKC, I actually like our chances in that one. I really do. There are several teams I would not want to face, obviously, Denver and the Clippers.
I think Denver's going to end up 1, don't you?
You think so?
I think that, yeah.
Right now, they're half a game behind OKC. Denver's playing their best basketball. They've won 9 out of 10. OKC's won 8 out of 10. I don't know. But the point is, does it depend on matchups? For instance, if you have to, let's say you're top 6 and you go against Minnesota, you'd be fine with that? What if Denver winds up 3? They're not. But what if, I'd be afraid of that matchup. Mm-hmm. And so to me, top 6 isn't as important as getting through and getting a good matchup. I'm about the long game, Whitey. I'm not about just, all right, make it to get the 6th seed and then lose first round. No, if you can be Miami, of last year, and it's not even about going all the way to the finals, getting that perfect matchup where you can beat somebody, that's what I'm about. And so I bring this up because Ken seems to think if they don't get a top 6 seed, then the season's over. They're done. They're not. I'm saying there's still a possibility to make some noise with the 7 or 8 seed.
I understand that, and I understand Ken's point, though, which is just that, yeah, you're right. That could happen. But the way this team is given to such swings one game to the next, that a one-game situation
is scary.
Is terrifying.
You don't know.
It doesn't mean they won't win, but it's like, I can't trust them. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to feel good about that. That doesn't mean they won't win. And then if they win, you're right. It's like, ooh, okay, now who do we play?
Right.
But I get his point. It's like in a one game, this team, the way this team is, like tonight, you said it yourself. Everyone's with you. What are the Kings going to do tonight? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. So that in a one game, it'd be like, it'd make people a little nervous.
Okay. That's what he said. Yeah, I get it. Because I'd be nervous too, especially against the caliber of competition we talked about with Golden State, Lakers, Dallas, maybe. I mean, in any of those games, Luka could go off for 50, LeBron, same thing. And I don't know. I keep going back to the conversations other cities are having, and we're not there. We're not privy. And this is Sacramento. We're different. I get that. But look at Indiana right now. They're in the 7th seed, and I know they lost Ben Mathurin, but this is a great season for them.
Mm-hmm.
Kings have a better record. And so it's all about perspective. It's 3 years ago, this would be a banner year for the Kings.
Yes.
Fans would be, excited, pumping. And so that's what I talk about, the negativity. It's hard for me to embrace that. And I understand the expectations were higher. I understand the disappointment is deeper because when you lose to teams you shouldn't. But this team is still on track for 46, 47 wins, which is not anything to sneeze at.
That's very good when you consider the bigger picture of what the Kings have done historically. A 45-win season even is really something to celebrate.
Right.
There's one more aspect to the whole thing, though, besides expectations, that I think is leading fans to feel as discouraged as they are. See what you think of this when we come right back here from the Golden One Center. We also have Marcus Johnson, bottom of the hour, the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
And paid for by America First Tax Group. Attention, if you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you. But you must call 800-257-0663 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-257-0663. That's 800-257-0663. Again, 800-257-0663.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Well, the Kings have not beaten the Bucks since the Golden One Center has been constructed, so it seems like a great time to take care of that tonight after having come so close to beating him last time they played this season. They're due.
Tonight?
Sure.
15 straight losses? But
What happened to Mr. Optimism?
No, I feel good about this game because I think eventually this team has to wake up and say, you know what? We're tired of these losses. We're tired of getting beat on at home. Like, enough is enough. And so you hope tonight is that night. This would be a statement game. If they came out and rolled the Milwaukee Bucks, that would be a big-time statement. And, you know, Giannis is probable, so I think he's going to play. Keegan, I believe, was questionable tonight. And so I think he's going to play. But, I mean, this is a massive game against a team that's had your number. And to your point, if I'm Malik, remember he missed those free throws at Milwaukee January 14th. He hasn't forgotten about that. If I'm De'Aaron Fox, he hasn't forgotten Dame Lillard hitting the logo buzzer beater on us. And so I agree with you. I mean, this should be yeah, they'll be ready. They'll be ready.
But when we talk about how disappointed fans are this year or discouraged, there's two big reasons. One is we've said it's because the expectations were so high. But we have to be honest. There's one other big reason why fans, I think, are entitled to feel disappointed, let down, and that is the fact that you look at this roster and it is almost identical to the roster that they started the season with. You got Mason Jones. You've had a few tweaks here or there because guys have been injured. You have the same starting lineup that you had the beginning of last season. And I know that starting lineup was very good, but that's another thing that has led to this disappointment. Like, all right, great year. What are we going to do? We didn't do anything. That's all right. Deadline. They're going to do. They weren't able to do anything. Now, that doesn't mean that the Kings were wrong. Maybe all the moves that were available were not good moves, but I can understand as a fan when all the media talk was Kings going to be active. Kings going to be active. Great. We'll do something. We'll add to this. Nothing. Right. That leads to disappointment.
No, exactly. And not only that, you see other teams making moves, getting better, improving, going for it, if you will. And it's sort of like, you know, that the kid sitting at home, you know, all his neighbors got the nice new shiny toys, and his mom's like rewrapping his Tonka truck from last year for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, that Tonka truck was good last year, Mom, but I need something new, fresh, and shiny. And, you know, when
the crackers get a little stale, that's all, like we said yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. The crackers are getting stale right now. And sometimes it's, you know, we liken it to Denver a lot. Denver made tweaks throughout the run. They didn't just run it back with everybody and say, all right, this is it. We just, you know, we compare them to Denver. Denver each year made, whether it was Aaron Gordon, KCP, Reggie Jackson, like they made some, you know, Christian Brown through the draft, Bruce Brown, you know, they added him. And so they made minor tweaks. It wasn't just, all right, same team, I'm going to run it back. And at the beginning of the season, I said, Whitey, if we thought the same effort and the same squad and the same energy is going to be good enough this year, we're sorely mistaken. And that's what's happened. I feel like guys feel like, all right, it worked last year, so it'll work this year. But then the shots aren't falling. We mentioned Keegan Murray's numbers being down, De'Aaron Fox, his efficiency, Kevin Huerter. And so guys are playing at such a high level last year. Maybe Monty should have thought, all right, maybe we can't sustain that. If everybody's having a career year efficiency wise, eventually, you got to come back down the level. And so maybe that's some of the shortcomings of this team and this franchise as they built for this year.
We talked about some of these numbers earlier. The Kings right now, based on their scoring margin, their expected record is 32-31. Now, that doesn't matter because they're not that. But just for a team that has outscored opponents by the slim margin the Kings have, typically you're a 500 team when you do that. The last 18 games, they're 9-9. So right now, of late, the Kings they've been a team that's kind of just treading water. To me, the key with the Kings right now is, we talk a lot about them playing hard, control your effort. And Malik said something yesterday that absolutely sums it up. It's not enough for this team right now to play hard. This team consistently, and he said it, hit first. That's always our mentality when we win. Hit first, play harder than the other teams, win 50-50 balls, get offensive rebounds, things like that. Now, some of that is like every team says that, but that truly is where this Kings team is right now. Every game, playing hard it's a requisite, but it's not enough. You have to play harder than the other team because quite often you're giving something up in terms of size or depth, and you have to make shots, and you got to be scrappy to give yourself the best chance to win. That's just the reality right now.
Yeah, it is. But that's hard to do a full 48.
It is.
And that's where I think the team is having a problem because it's not, one game they have it, the next game they don't. Like they'll have it in the first quarter, but won't have it in this and so they have to figure out a way to play like that, like you mentioned, scrappy.
It's not easy. Yeah.
A full game, no matter who's in there. I think it's hard. And what winds up happening in the NBA, you let your guard down, then guys get hot, guys get comfortable, and we don't have the type of team defensively where we can say, all right, he's hot, we're going to shut him down, we're going to take him out. Maybe we run a double, but then by that time it's too late. Everybody else is feeling good and feeling high. And I think that's where our problem is. And I think as we address this in the offseason, you need a defensive stopper, a 3-and-D guy. I believe that has to be a priority for this team. And upgrade maybe at some positions as well. But you need a run stopper, somebody defensively that can say, oh, my gosh, DeMar DeRozan, he's 11 of 12 in the second half. I got him. I'm going to throw it, because when you run doubles, that compromises your defense, Whitey. If I'm an offensive team, I want you to double our best guy. I want you to try and get it because then that opens it up for some of the other guys. And so I think that's where the Kings are having an issue, right?
And that's been one of the problems. Mike Brown's talked about the fact that there have been a couple of games. The Chicago game comes to mind in which the Kings basically have had to double more than one guy, which is won't work.
That's a recipe for disaster, right?
Yeah, you just can't. You don't have enough defenders to do that. Do you think it's hurt Keegan the way the Kings have tried to make him into that defensive stopper?
I don't think so. I think, when you look at Keegan Murray, he's been asked to do the defensive end, sure. But offensively, the game is more complex for him this year than it was last year. Meaning they're asking him not just to stand in the corner, not just to be a catch and shoot guy.
Right.
They're asking him to put it on the deck, to make plays for other. And I think it's a lot now. And I think, and we had this conversation last week, and I think you talked about how in this offense, some night is your night, some night it's not. Well, every night is De'Aaron Fox's night.
Mm-hmm.
Every night is Domantas Sabonis' night. How can we get every night to be Keegan Murray night?
Yeah.
Is that asking too much to have three guys every night it'd be their night?
Jerry Reynolds said something about Keegan earlier in the season that has really stuck with me, and he pointed out that Last year, Keegan, as a youngster, was basically taking the shots he was comfortable with.
Right.
He set a record for threes by a rookie. This year, with more responsibility and, with great power comes great responsibility. It's like he's having to take more shots that he's less comfortable with. And he's really struggled with that.
Right.
And as the King's like, no, you got to shoot more. And that means he's got to take more shots that he's not entirely comfortable with. And that's a big-time adjustment.
Yeah, and more shots off the dribble, mid-range. They want him to get to the hole. And, I know I've been hard on Keegan, the number 4 overall pick. I expect great things from this guy. But Jerry also said Peja took a while for him. His second to third year leap was tremendous. And, I question, the equal opportunity offense at times, because we've talked about it. When the offense bogs down, what do? Who can you turn? We've seen Malik do the one-on-one game. We've seen De'Aaron. But outside of that, we're stuck. And there's no way this Sacramento Kings team, with all the talent offensively, should score 14 points in a quarter. No. That should not happen.
No,
14 in today's NBA, Whitey.
I know.
Like, guys are scoring 70 in the game single-handedly, and we're scoring 14 that should not happen.
That's an embarrassment.
Yeah.
Jay has something for us. This is from practice today. This is Keegan talking about no excuses. He's got to be able to play well on both sides of the basketball.
No. I feel like I'm capable of playing both ways, and I've shown it throughout the year different times. So I'm not a guy that's excuse-oriented. So it's just I love playing defense, I love playing offense, and obviously one side's picked up and the other side's kind of not been there. So
hopefully Keegan can deliver tonight. Meanwhile, Selena has delivered.
The delivery has been made. My girl Selena just dropped it off.
Thank you
YouTube
very
chatter.
much.
You can
Oh,
see
look
what
at
I
that.
hold. This is
The
what I'm
black
talking
box.
about. There's like 8 billion of these sitting downstairs, and I couldn't get one when I walked in. Thankfully, my girl Selena hooked me up. This is the black box I'm talking about, full of popcorn.
Thank you.
You hear that?
Yeah,
That's
packed.
popcorn right there.
You
That's
better
what I'm
check that.
talking
I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if it's unpopped popcorn. It's watch this.
Selena
Look
wouldn't
at
do
him.
that.
No,
for
she
sure.
wouldn't do it.
There'd be some golden popcorn in here, man. It might be $1 million. Selena would take care of your boy.
Cracker Jack got a prize at the bottom of that box.
It's like the key to the city, right? I should have the key to the popcorn. Like, I should get unlimited popcorn when I come to this spot. You know what I mean, Whitey? Seriously, it's popcorn, bro.
I smell another endorsement. That's what I smell.
Ooh, pop. Do we have any local popcorn vendors? Man, you're a businessman. Yeah, but I got my King's popcorn, so I'm happy right now. I'm happy.
Wonderful.
Let's take a break, right? We got
Yes, I'm happy too, because the great Marcus Johnson is going to join us when we come back to the Golden One Center. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a three. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip-off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Welcome to the March Mania sales event at Kia of Vacaville, Northern California's premier destination for automotive excellence. Get ready for an exhilarating showcase of our 2024 vehicle lineup, where innovation meets the road and customer satisfaction reigns supreme. Step into the future with the all-new Kia Sportage, where cutting-edge design harmonizes with dynamic performance. Explore the outstanding fuel efficiency of the Kia Niro, a hybrid marvel that redefines eco-friendly driving. Experience the unparalleled luxury and versatility of the Kia Telluride, setting new standards for sophistication and practicality. Don't miss out on our impressive selection of eco-friendly Kia hybrid options, tailored for drivers who demand efficiency without compromising on style. And for those seeking the EV9, Kia of Vacaville has it ready for delivery or in stock. Visit us today during March Mania and discover why Kia of Vacaville is the ultimate destination for automotive excellence. Model availability and features may vary. Please visit Kia of Vacaville for more information.
It's Carmichael Day with a Fire Wings announcement. The Floor and Road location now serves pizza, and oh my goodness, it's so good. Don't forget the Wings Day Wednesday lineup, 88-cent wings every Wednesday. You got 21 delicious flavors to choose from in the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Save time and order online. Go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you, order online, and earn rewards. Fire Wings. Just wing it.
Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Enjoy over 80 table games, more than 2,100 slot machines, and our thrilling high-limit room with Sky River rewards that add up and up, and 18 elevated restaurants and bars. There's something for everyone. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, this month only, Revive Men's Health Sacramento offers qualified patients a free supply of ED medication to kickstart their treatment and enhance intimacy. Book your free T-check, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-365-4566 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Get ready for your chance to win a $475 gift card by entering Sactown Sports Bracket Challenge on Monday, March 18th. Sponsored by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
National Ping Club Fitter of the Year, Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is introducing the straightest, most forgiving Ping driver ever with the new Ping G430 Max 10K driver. A fixed back weight, Ping's largest head profile, and a carbon fly wrap crown help G430 Max 10K launch the ball higher with less spin for consistently longer and straighter results. Schedule your fitting and see for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue to Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
When accidents turn life upside down, AutoAccident.com is in your corner. Compassionate advice, loyal support, and the courage to fight for you. AutoAccident.com. That's AutoAccident.com.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers, the No Surprise guys. We love that old song, Respect. You know, RESPECT. It's a good song and a good business philosophy. At Bell Brothers, everything we do is designed to show respect for our customers. We show up on time out of respect. Our technicians are clean-cut, friendly, and wear identification badges out of respect. We do good deeds for free for our customers and leave their homes cleaner than we found them. That's right, out of respect. So, if you want plumbing and AC service from a company that will show you some RESPECT, call Bell Brothers. We promise to respect your time, your home, and you. Call Bell Brothers right now to schedule an $87 precision tune-up. Or call if you have plumbing problems. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Excited, and I'm excited for what it's worth here because our next guest is one of my all-time favorite NBA players, Bucks TV analyst, all-time NBA great, the one and only Marcus Johnson. Marcus, thanks for your time. I have to ask you first thing, would it be accurate if I said you were one of the original point forwards? Is that accurate, sir?
Well, you know, Kyle, or is this Kyle or Kevin? Who am I talking to?
This is Kevin, and yeah, we're both here.
Right.
Yeah, we're both here. What's up, Mark?
Okay. All right. Everything's good. Listen, so here's the deal. I actually coined the phrase point forward back in the early 80s, playing against the New Jersey Nets in the playoff series. Their pressure, Michael Ray Richardson, another former Crenshaw high great like I am, Darwin Cook. I mean, they were giving us fits. We had a bunch of point guards injured. They were just doubling and pressing. And Mike Dunleavy Sr., they had him spinning around like a top. And so Don Nelson came during a shoot around in that playoff series and told me that he wanted me to bring the ball up the floor to alleviate the pressure. I was going against Buck Williams, Albert King. So my response to him, guys, was that, okay, so instead of a point guard, I'm like a point forward because I was to initiate the offense from the forward position. He's like, yeah, you're my point forward. This is how we want you to run the high post, dribble to the wing, let Sidney Moncrief cut off the high post, blah, blah, blah. And so I started that terminology. I was traded after that season, and then Paul Pressey assumed the position and made it his own and did a great job running that position. So, in terms of your question, yes, technically, definitely one of the first, because I named the position. But other guys, Rick Barry, up in the Bay Area, Golden State, was a great point forward for the Warriors. Maurice Stokes back in the 60s. If young people will Google him, you'll see a guy at 6'8" who could push it and handle. And Johnny Johnson, the late Robert Reed, he just passed away. Johnny Johnson also passed away. A lot of my contemporaries guys are dropping like flies. I'm blessed. But so there's been a lot of great point forwards. So I can't say LeBron and the current iterations, but in terms of the first one to utter that phrase, you will never see that phrase uttered before that playoff series between the Bucks and the Nets in 1984 around May, I believe. So, yes.
Invented the term. That's all.
Hey, that's pretty sweet. Marcus, is Kyle Draper here, man. Excited for tonight's game. You talk about point forward. We got a point center here in Domantas Sabonis. What do you think about Domas and what he's doing? I still can't believe this guy wasn't an all-star.
Yeah, this dude is crazy, man. I mean, I'm just kind of realizing, and I know he was rebounding like crazy, leading the league and dropping the dub every single night. But the fact that he's averaging over 8 assists a game, he and Jokic, the Joker, the only two guys that put up the kind of numbers they're putting up. I loved him as a pacer. He gave us a multitude of problems in Indiana with his passing, with his footwork inside, with his ability to finish going to his left, his standstill jumper. I mean, I love him. I love everything about him. And he's going to be a real challenge for us tonight to try and get to him in space, not let him pick up a head of steam where he can spin and step through and do all that tricky stuff that his daddy used to do back in the day before the Achilles injury slowed him down. So for me as a guy, 68 years old, who watched Arvidas play when he was 21, 22, 23, dunking from the free throw line, so I have a special affinity for what Domas is doing and just how good of a player. It's funny, Donnie Daniels, an assistant coach at Gonzaga, a good buddy of mine, grew up in Los Angeles, played at Bourbon Bay, a great high school in Los Angeles, but he was an assistant coach at Gonzaga. He told me when Sabonis first got off the plane on his long flight from overseas, he showed up at Gonzaga, he was jet lagged, he looked terrible. And Donnie and Mark Few, the coach at Gonzaga, was like, Donnie, what have you done? And Dad's like, just wait till he gets some rest, coach. And you'll see. And then he got some sleep and came back the next day and turned things out. But no, he's a tremendous player that I just love watching and seeing. And he competes. You guys watch it. He really competes hard every single night out, every single possession. And then you can run your offense to him. It's the 8 assist game. He's kind of like, Draymond with offense. Draymond Green with consistent offense.
Yeah.
And his ability to what you can do with him at the high post is just remarkable.
Marcus Johnson with us. Marcus, I want to thank you for mentioning Maurice Stokes because, he played for the Royals and they became the Kings. And his jersey actually hangs in here. The franchise has retired his jersey, so you may see that here when you're at the game tonight. So thank you for mentioning him. But I want to ask you about Giannis because you played at the highest level in college and high school and played in the NBA for a long time. So you've seen a lot of great players. In your view, what makes Giannis so unique?
Well, it's his physical attributes. I mean, there was an article. I've been with the Bucks 9 years. Giannis was about 20, going on 21, I think, when I first got here. And they broke down kind of the link between his Achilles and his calf and his his forearms and his middle finger to his to the back of his hand. And so just the length of Giannis. And Giannis, he showed me his left hand is actually a little bit bigger than his right. That's why you see him try and dunk a lot of times, palming the ball with his left hand. So first of all, you start with that 7-foot jump out the gym. And then he played a lot of point guard over in Greece growing up. So he has this ability to handle the basketball and create for himself and others. So when you put all that together, it makes up for any other deficiencies that you might want to point to. And the only thing you could point to is a consistent outside shot. But let me warn you, I've been watching him work for the last few years, and right now, this part of the season is when I really think he is about to break loose. And I always talk about him channeling his inner KD, Kevin Durant, and get to his spot to shoot that mid-range jumper. He knocked down a couple against the Clippers, our last victory. down the stretch in clutch situations. So that was good to see. So he adds that element to what is already an unstoppable transition game, points in the paint game. He's going to be a guy that can easily put up 30, 35 points a game and not break a sweat hardly.
The great Marcus Johnson joining us here on Sactown Sports 1140. Marcus, we saw you guys a couple of months ago, January 14th. That was Adrian Griffin's squad, though. Now you got Doc Rivers. How different is this Bucks team today?
Better defense, much better defense, better transition defense under Dr. Griffin, PhD in organizational leadership. I thought just going into a very difficult, challenging situation with the expectations of championship in Milwaukee, our transition defense was the worst in the league. We were 30th. According to cleaning the glass. Overall transition defense, so we're much better under Doc for a while. We were top 5 in that aspect. Coming out of the All-Star break, first 6 games, 6-0, beat Minnesota, beat the Clippers in that stretch. We were number 1 in defensive rating for the first 6 games. So that was something else that Doc kind of turned around. He simplified the game for these guys. Doc's overall philosophy is, look, let me make things simple. So all you got to do is go out there and play and not have to think. And that's what he's been able to do. And these guys have responded to it. And then offensively, he's really plugged in, tapped into how to use Dame and Giannis more effectively. Sometimes in practice, they'll run 2-man game for 5 minutes on one side of the floor, pass to each other, hand off to each other, roll, bring it back out, while the other 3 guys sit on the opposite side just watching, laughing, getting bored, and joking about, what do we chop liver over here? But that's Doc's way of getting Giannis and Dame to understand how to play off each other. And now we're seeing them do it against the Clippers. They did it as well as they've done it all season long. Also against the Lakers, too. We lost that game, but against the Clippers, they've done a masterful job of starting to play off each other. So that's a 24-year head coach. I often say that he's forgotten more than most of us experts will ever know about the game because of the voluminous amounts of film that he's watched and game prep that he's watched. He just has a great feel for communicating with players, relating to players. I've known him since he was an incoming freshman at Marquette. He used to run with us with the Bucks back at this dilapidated old high school gym in Milwaukee called University School, and he was just always just really, really ebullient, free spirit, and just great personality. Just a guy you like being around, and that's I think really carried him well as a coach for 24 years in the league.
Catching up with Marcus Johnson, Bucks TV analyst here as we get ready for the Kings and the Bucks. And Kyle mentioned the last time these two teams played. Sensational game, real heartbreaker for Kings fans. But how about that game, Marcus? What stands out to you about the first time these two teams played? Dame's 3, of course, saving the day in overtime. When you think of that game, what do you remember first off the top of your head?
Well, I had forgotten about that game until I pulled up some of the stats on it off of NBA.com. And so on 143 to 142, the way these two teams shot the ball, both teams 50% plus from the field, over 40% from the three-point line. Both teams had 4 guys with 20 or more points. And, Darren had, I think, 32. Giannis had a triple-double. Domas had 15 assists and a triple-double. I mean, it was a game for the ages. And then Mike Brown gets ejected, right? And then, we're up by 5 or 6 with 1:20 left. And the Kings make this incredible run. They send it to over OT. And they go up. Now we've got to make a run. Brook Lopez's corner 3, big, huge shot down the stretch to pull us within striking distance. And then, David Lillard has a watch endorsement with a watch called Tissot. It's French, Tissot. And so now, instead of Dame time, I like to say it's time to tap the Tissot. And it was Tissot tapping time down the stretch in that game because that shot, that sidestep 3 on Darren was just a thing of beauty. And so that was a classic. I don't think, I know the score probably won't approach what it approached then. It'd be much better defense played on our part, at least. We hope so. But if it can match the intensity and the elite level of offensive play that we saw back on January 14th, and we are in for a special treat tonight.
Marcus, I mentioned before the trade deadline that the Kings should go out there and get a guy like Patrick Beverley. And obviously you played in an era where, guys didn't take any mess. How valuable is a guy like Patrick Beverley on a team, and do you need guys like that to compete for a title?
Well, and so here's the comparison for us. We signed PJ Tucker in March of 2021, and he brought that dog element, that toughness that put us over the top and made us a championship team, being down 2-0 to Brooklyn and Kevin Durant, being down in the finals of 2-0 to Phoenix and Chris Paul and that crew. And so it was PJ Tucker's toughness that carried over to some of our other guys. Pat Connaughton talks about it openly, that just watching him battle in the post defensively just really inspired him to do the same, and realize that even at his size of 6'5", he could fight these taller, bigger guys and not just acquiesce and capitulate post-up position. So and Patrick Beverley gives us a similar guy. He's not obviously as big as PJ, but in terms of just attitude and dog and communication and talkative and he's one of the most intensely focused players I've ever been around. There's just never, ever a moment of letdown with him. He's always upbeat. He's always walking around. He's always, prowling around, talking to guys in their face, good and bad, instructing and letting them know what he sees as a veteran ball player in this league. And a guy like that who had to start off playing in Russia and playing in some of the outposts, overseas that were tough sledding for a guy coming out of Arkansas when he did. And so for him to get into the league, I think he's got that appreciation. And so he wants to kind of just, lap up every single moment of being an NBA player that he can. And he enjoys himself, but he enjoys it in a way that brings such a level of intensity and winning in terms of his persona to your basketball team. So yes, indeed, every team, I think if they want to get over the hump, Patrick Beverley by himself can't get you there. But if you're able to get there, he can help get you over the hump. And that's why we love having him.
Marcus, we appreciate your time. Well, I got to mention this to you. We just had the Academy Awards, and part of watching a movie is suspending disbelief. And you ruined the movie White Man Can't Jump for me, because I won't watch it, because I think Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson, they beat you and somebody in 2-on-2, and I'm like, that's never going to happen. I can't watch the movie because I see that and say, this is ridiculous. That would never happen. So thank you for ruining that movie for me.
Well, I had to walk Wesley through how to look better than I was as a player. Like, this was, you got to pump fake me here, you got to do this, do that. I mean, trust me, it took every energy, every ounce of acting chops that I've ever owned to be able to make Wesley Snipes look better than me as a basketball player. So thank you so much.
Hey, Raymond and White Man Can't Jump, man. That was awesome. Good stuff. Marcus, we'll see you in a little bit, man.
That sounds good, man. See you guys over there. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. The truly great Marcus Johnson. Yeah, I just, how it is. You watch movies like, no, I'm out. That's not going to happen.
Right, it's not realistic, right?
I can't watch it. When we come back, I didn't think this was possible, but tell you about something that actually made me hate the Lakers even more than I did.
Okay.
Next from the Golden One with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, 2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, I'm loving my new EQS SUV. It's the most amazing car I've ever had. In fact, when I'm on the road with the Kings, I can't wait to come back just to hop in that EQS SUV. It's lovely. Now, if you've been on the fence about purchasing your first fully electric vehicle, I'll just say this. Schedule a test drive and see for yourself what makes these vehicles so incredible. Right now, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is offering up to $10,000 in incentives on new 2023 and 2024 Mercedes-Benz electric vehicles. You'll also receive a wall box home charger and 2 years of prepaid vehicle maintenance if you purchase or lease any Mercedes-Benz electric model. So head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, just 30 minutes from Sacramento, right off I-5, online at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Kings tonight trying to beat the Bucks for the first time since 2016. I only know this because I looked up the box score. Kyle, maybe you did too. Do you know who the Kings' leading scorer was in that game when they beat the Bucks in 2016 it was at the Arco Arena?
Was 26 Isaiah Thomas.
No, it was actually Rudy Gay.
Oh, I was going to say.
Yeah, and I think Rondo had a big game.
Oh, that was that. No.
DeMarcus didn't play. Costa Koufis, it was at the George Karl group. I think Giannis was in that game for the Bucks, but of course he wasn't close to being Giannis yet. But it's been a while.
Man, De'Aaron Fox was in high school. I just saw somebody tweeted. I'm like, man, that was I had hair back then, like, I had an afro back then. I mean, it's been a minute. We owe these guys.
Yes, we
15
do.
losses in a row.
Yeah. Thanks to Marcus Johnson for joining us. That's really cool that I asked him about being the first point forward, because I was always kind of vague on that. And he said he invented the term, but he didn't say I was the first. He said there were guys that did it before me. I used that term. But I thought, yeah, that's a little humility there, right? He said, oh, there's guys that did it before me.
No,
I was the first one that called it that.
Yeah, that's that's in our lexicon now, right? That's
Right.
something everybody says all the time. And so and he's I know him obviously from White Man Can't Jump, his playing career. He was a tough son of a gun too. Like, he was a hard-nosed player too, and you had to be back in that era. And I like the fact that he talked about Patrick Beverly. To get you over the hump, you need that kind of grit, that kind of toughness.
We're still working on it here in Sacramento. Bringing in that kind of guy. Right?
Oh, yeah, bringing in that kind.
Yeah.
That has to be
developing that kind of guy.
Up high on Monty McNair's priority list.
That's one thing. You don't really develop it, do you? The guy either has it or he doesn't.
Right. You can't. A leopard doesn't change its spots, right? And you can't ask all of a sudden De'Aaron Fox to go out there and be this menace. What's up, DJ Elements? To be this menace out there and be this guy if he's not. You got to be true to yourself. And so, it's you got to bring somebody in like that, though. I think.
Why y'all didn't ask Elements for no popcorn?
I got popcorn, Jay.
No, everybody that's coming by,
popcorn.
You got to ask.
Nah, bro. Look,
everybody
I got
brought popcorn. We got more popcorn than we could eat.
Look at this, Jay. My guy James hooked me up. Check this out. You see this? My guy James brought in the big bag of popcorn for me, so I'm all set on popcorn right now. I'm about to open this up because I already finished this box.
Yeah,
so,
somebody on the chat suggests a Jiffy Pop endorsement, maybe a national. You go national with a Jiffy Pop endorsement.
You remember that back in the day?
Jiffy Pop.
Jiffy Pop, before the
magic treat.
microwaves.
As much fun to make as it is to eat.
See?
Yeah.
You know the jingle. Like, you should get that endorsement. Those were the days. Kids these days don't know the life before a microwave.
Yeah, they're probably better off. But anyway, here's what I don't like about the Lakers, chapter 17. Did you hear about this? They have this Kobe statue that was unveiled last month.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of errors on the base that they got to fix.
I heard about that. Yes, I heard about that.
They have a Kobe statue, and they have a bunch of things written on the bottom of it, and a lot of it, there's mistakes. So the names of Jose Calderon and Von Wafer are misspelled on the base in a rendering of the box score from Kobe's 81-point game, along with a misspelling of the phrase "coach's decision." I don't know, maybe today in this, where we text and we're not that concerned about grammar, maybe to a lot of people it's not a big deal. To me, this is incredible. There are also minor formatting mistakes in another spot on the busy base of the statue. It's a statue. Have somebody check it before you actually commit it to stone. Am I right?
You're right. And I was told this story in L.A. last week when I was there because I was talking to my guy JR about it, and apparently they just took it either right off the NBA box score or the basketball reference page. Like one of them, they just went, all right, it looks right there. That's what we're using. But there were errors on there. I think there were errors in terms of like the stats too, if I'm correct. Yeah. You got to redo that, right?
Yes. Let's see. The Lakers said in a statement, well, we have been aware of this for a few weeks and are already working to get it corrected soon. That's a disgrace.
Sounds like Genie Bus.
Yeah.
That sounds like Genie Bus. Right?
We've been aware of this for a few weeks. The box score carved into the marble base of the 19-foot bronze statue. So there you go. Yeah, the statue is the first of 3 renderings of Kobe that'll stand outside the downtown arena. That's terrible.
That's unbelievable.
But that's the Lakers for you. All right, here's the question then.
Yes.
Someday maybe we will have a king statue outside the arena. Maybe not. But if we do, and they ask Kyle Draper, Drapes, the statue, first one. Maybe there'll be many more. Who do we start with?
Wow.
Who do we start with?
Who do we start with?
No wrong answer necessarily.
I would probably start with Mitch.
Wow,
Mitch?
okay.
Yeah, I'd probably go Mitch.
You being a company man, I thought you were going right for Vivek, but
no.
Watch this.
Right? Hey, Kevin Johnson, helping keep the team here. No, I'd go Mitch. I was thinking C-Webb, Jerry Reynolds. Who would you put?
I might.
And we're just talking Sacramento Kings, right? We're not going
right.
Nate Tiny Archibald. Or
I would put one of two things, and I think I like the second one better than the first. But first would be maybe Lukenbill, because without him, who knows?
Yeah.
The other one would be I would put the Sports Illustrated cover.
All five.
Statue of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. I like
that
idea.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that because that team right there, I mean, to me, that put the Kings on the map.
They did.
Like, as a guy growing up in Philadelphia, sure, I knew about Reggie Theus, L Train, Lionel Simmons, but when that group, made it to the conference finals, challenged the Lakers, that's when Sacramento was nationwide, international, the Kings,
Yeah, it really was.
When you think of Sacramento Kings basketball, that's the era you go right back to.
Mm-hmm. If you want to play along, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Something comes up every so often, that first King statue, if we do one. Who should it be? Of course, we don't need one because we got who is it? Piglet. We got that.
Oh, yeah.
There. That's great. That's tremendous. It's a good thing to have outside your arena. All right, when we come right back here, tell you how the Bucks' two superstars, both of them could have been and nearly were Kings, and that story's next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
They're going to give it. No, it's a play action. Purdy going to roll left, throw for the end zone. Caught by George Kittle. He has the hat trick tonight, a career high. 3 touchdown catches for George. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
In 1923, the Field and Flint Company launched what they believed to be the best shoe on the market, using the brand FootJoy for the first time. Their tagline, a shoe that's different. And 100 years later, that tagline could well describe the launch of the latest iteration of the FootJoy Pro SLX Carbon Golf Shoe. Pro SLX offers performance innovation engineered from the ground for advanced traction, control, and comfort. The all-new Power Track system delivers stability and no-slip grip when you swing. A carbon fiber X-Wing distributes the energy to the shoe's perimeter for increased traction and control. And Stratofoam provides all-day comfort. In the end, it's about tradition, it's about performance, and it's about comfort. 100 years ago, this FootJoy Pro SLX Carbon would have seemed a shoe for a spaceman. Today, it's a great shoe for 18 holes right here on Earth. Try a pair at your local pro shop or learn more at footjoy.com. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. We've helped over 30,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you have questions, we have the answer.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
If you're looking for a new couch, you could cut down on expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Because you know you've had this couch for too long. Sure, you've had good times together, but a ripped-up cushion is not a fond memory. It's a sign. Notice how other people have couches with 2 armrests? Now that's living, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new couch. Please, it's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet arch support could be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Sacramento is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Sacramento at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566, or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
There you get a good shot of looks like Kyle Draper's cutlery, and what's that is his notes. Getting ready for him. What do you got there? What are you showing us? Look, this is what we got. There we go. There we go. There we go.
That's my dinner, bro. You know, and let me just say, hollering at my guy James Rasmussen and DJ Elements. Selena brought me lunch at 3:30. Dinner comes at halftime, so they deliver it courtside, and so not everybody is mean to Drapes when he gets here.
Right, right, absolutely. What do we got? Is that spaghetti?
Yeah, spaghetti and a little. Is this Brussels sprouts and? Yeah, some meat sauce up in there.
All right, very nice, very nice. Yeah. Oh, we got a few responses here on the chat for a statue. If Kings were going to build a statue, because we just found out the Kobe statue, part of it has to be redone because there's mistakes on the box score portion of it. So I'll just read these. We got Fox, Mitch Richmond, Slamson, Rick Adelman, the G-Man, the Maloof brothers, Six, the number 6, of course, in honor of the sixth man. Joe Klein, that's a good one. Yeah.
Man, we got a lot of
Doug Christie doing the Rocky pose.
Okay.
Yeah. Vlade smoking a cigarette. People having fun with it. That's great. Yeah, Megadeth Night is with us. Says the that Sports Illustrated cover would make a 6 statue.
Yes, it would. That's a great idea. Why not? Like that starting 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's an iconic cover as is, though. Even like I said, growing up in Philly, like that was iconic for me back then. And
right.
So, no, you're right.
Yeah.
All right.
That would be nice. But I don't know. I think maybe we're going a different way with this arena, and we're going more, artistic, whatever. Yep. Someplace we have to have statues of some of our great.
Yeah.
Somewhere, some way.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, this arena is going to be here a while.
Yeah.
And like, I'm with you. It's, how about this? A statue or a plaque or something of last year's team breaking the streak, making the playoffs.
Definitely should be something.
Something.
We had talked about that last year. Probably can't do a banner, but it's too bad because you have to coach the year and Aaron Fox and light the beam, and there definitely should be some sort of commemoration.
Yeah, I agree.
And I get it. They didn't win. Sometimes you go, you didn't win a championship. But it was a special season.
That was a special team, and I think 20 years from now, we'll remember that. Like Terrence Davis will remember TD is a big part of it. Chimezi Metu, some of the guys that helped, get this team back in the playoffs. I even thought, one of my biggest regrets is not getting a ball signed by everybody on that team. You know, that would have been nice.
That would have been.
Yeah.
I was also wondering about this, looking at the story about Kobe, and of course he played his whole career with the Lakers. Phenomenal. Who's the best player who played his entire career with this franchise? I don't know the answer. In recent years, all the best players, I believe they've moved on or they came here from somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox would
maybe
be
it'll be De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. Off the top of my head.
Drafted by the Kings, of course. Maybe he'll stay here for the rest of his career. Two guys tonight that the Kings are trying to slow down, Giannis and Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
Both of them nearly became Kings. Have you heard these stories?
No, let me hear this. I got to hear this.
Yeah. Well, we know that Jeff Petrie let it be known a few years ago that he was on his way out and the new regime was coming in. And Jeff Petrie said, I did a radio interview when he did a number of these interviews where he talked about this. And I did an interview with him where he talked about this. He said he did, type of guy he did his homework. He wasn't just going to be like, yeah, whatever. It's your problem now. So he did a lot of draft homework.
Okay.
And he says that the information that he passed on to the Kings when he left indicated that he was very, very, very high on Giannis.
Really?
He says, that's their decision. They can do what they want. Of course, Giannis was the 15th pick by the Bucks in 2013. The Kings had the 7th pick that year, and they picked Ben McLemore. Now, 7th maybe would have been a little high for Giannis, but you probably could have traded down and maybe got another player or something. So, again, that's Jeff Petrie, and he doesn't throw those things around. He said he did a lot of legwork on it, and he was very high on Giannis, and all the scouting and information, he gave that to the Kings when he left and the new regime came in.
Wow, that would have been a game changer. That a franchise alterer. And I'm looking back at that draft. How many misses were in that draft?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that draft was, whether it's Anthony Bennett, Victor Oladipo was a good player, got hurt though. But Otto Porter Jr., who just retired, good player.
I
Cody
forgot
Zeller.
Anthony Bennett was the first.
Yeah,
pick in
Anthony
the Giannis
Bennett was
draft.
the first pick in that draft, dude. Like that's arguably the worst first pick ever. Biggest bust ever. I mean, the guy played 151 games, scored 658 points in the NBA, and is out of the league. That's 4 years and then out of the league.
In 2012, the Kings had the 6th pick, and there's a lot of people that will tell you how this went down. All signs indicate, no one that I've ever talked to will say otherwise than that the Kings were locked in on Dame. He was the guy they're going to pick. They worked him out. They loved him in the workout. He loved them. He wanted to come here. And then when it came time to draft, the Kings had the 6th pick, and all of a sudden, Thomas Robinson fell in the draft. Thomas Robinson fell into their lap. The Kings were totally unprepared for that, and they made, I believe it was Mr. Petrie as well, who was a great GM. My understanding is Jeff Petrie made that decision, like, we got to take him. We had no idea he was going to fall to us. We have to take advantage of this. So they took Thomas Robinson instead of Dame.
Wow.
And it happened.
And that's back-to-back years. Think about that.
Well, yeah, it was. Yeah, well, you're right.
Yeah, back-to-back years.
You're correct.
Yeah. 12 and 13. Think about
You're correct.
that.
Yeah.
You draft those two guys, you got your core for the next 15
draft
years.
one of those guys, and you
guys.
theoretically change the future of your franchise.
Man.
They came that close.
Unbelievable.
It happens.
It happens. You see who was right after Dave in that draft.
Who was that? That was, refresh my memory, please.
Harrison
That's right.
Barnes. Wow.
That's right. And the Warriors they said they didn't, but they kind of tanked to move up that high in that draft to get them.
HB.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
That would have been nice. But we could do this exercise, and it's a painful one. If you look back at guys we should have drafted or nearly drafted, or there was somebody in the organization who said, no, we should draft this guy.
And I think you could probably do it for just about any team, and you'd have some painful outcomes.
Exactly. And, I like even in Boston, like for years, they were like, we could have had Giannis. They drafted Kelly Olynyk with the 13th overall pick. Olynyk's had a nice career.
Yes.
But it's not Giannis.
Right.
And so,
right.
No, you're right. Oh.
Yeah. So anyway, just an interesting backdrop to the.
Why you bringing up old stuff, Whitey?
I know.
That's not old. They're here tonight.
Positivity, big fella.
They're here tonight. So
it's old stuff, man.
Just keep in mind. Yeah, I remember there was one game early in Giannis's career. Was it Marcus Thornton or somebody was on the bench, and Giannis was running up court, and the Kings player said to him, like, "Dang, how old are you?" Yeah, you could see from the beginning there was something different about him. The Kings, hopefully De'Aaron Fox is that guy, right? He already has had a hand in transforming the franchise to a degree. Draft a guy, and look, he's changed the franchise.
Yeah, and he wants to be here, and you never heard him, even through the lean years, no trade demands or anything like that. Will we see players, though, stay 1 year? I mean, one team their entire career in today's day and age, especially considering this the rings culture we live in. Let's say De'Aaron's here for 15, 16 years, hasn't won a championship. Does he say, you know what, I want to go chase a title? Sort of like Ray Bork in Boston in hockey,
Uh-huh.
It's like, all right, you served your time. Go ahead. We want you to win a championship.
My guess is that the stigma of switching teams, I think we're getting to the point where we don't care in general as fans. Individuals, there are certain people, especially older people, are always going to care. But you saw what KD went through, and obviously that was special circumstances because they beat you and then you joined them. But I think when you look at LeBron and how many times he switched teams, I think we're going to be, if we're not there already, to a point where for most fans it'll be, okay, of course he switched teams. I'd do the same thing.
Yeah. And I think it depends on the circumstances surrounding it too. For instance, go down the road to San Francisco. Eric Armstead, a legend there with the Niners, very big into the community. I mean, Joe Montana, like we've seen legends leave. I wonder if it would be different in Sacramento because we're so attached to our athletes. I mean, Tyrese was here a year and a half and people were crying.
Yeah.
It's I think we have a deeper connection, I think, with a lot of our star players.
Yeah, but in a couple years, you look at what De'Aaron's supposed to be making. If things aren't going the way they hope, I could see how they may be forced to look. You're an asset, and we could keep you, and we're not going to be able to put enough around you. Or now we're going from deep in the past to too far in the future. Yeah. Steph Curry will never go anywhere.
Right, he definitely won't go anywhere. Right, but there's talk. Fans trade Clay and everything like that. As much as he's gone. Yeah, he's gone after this year, right? He's going to walk out that door.
Yeah. When we come right back to Golden One Center, take a look at the rest of the NBA West. Well, not just the rest, but the Kings as well. Play a little stock up, stock down in this crazy, crazy Western Conference from the Golden One Center. Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, The Stingers Up Podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by California Army National Guard, Nature Wood Home Furnishings, and RVs of Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Danielle Hunter of the Vikings would be a free agent target of the 49ers. Well, he's going elsewhere. Danielle Hunter, Houston Texans have agreed to a 2-year, $49 million deal, including $48 million guaranteed, according to Adam Schefter. Deal has a maximum value of $51 million. Danielle Hunter joining D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think one reason people love football so much, or the NFL, one reason is because year to year there's so much player movement. No matter who your team is, there's a good chance they're going to do enough in the offseason to make the next year pretty interesting.
Pretty interesting. Yeah. We've seen it right here in San Francisco, some of the moves that they've made. And the thing about the NFL, you're never that far off, right? Like, look at Detroit.
Like
a couple pieces here and there, get the right coach in place, and bam, you can become relevant again.
Yeah, unless you're one of those teams like, starts 10-1 and then you collapse, and then it's like, now what do we do?
Hey, I think we're in a great position. New coordinators, new stud running back, going to beef up the secondary. Eagles might be favorites.
They might be. Who knows? Who knows? I remember last year before the season started, everybody was saying, everyone said, the Rams are terrible. The Rams are awful.
Right.
Well, they were a playoff team.
Right.
Yeah.
You just never know, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So as we look ahead to the playoffs here in the NBA, why don't you give me, Kyle, if you would, stock up, stock down for these teams?
These teams? Okay. Yeah.
And I know it's very volatile. The market is extremely volatile right now.
Now, hold up.
Yeah.
You want my real opinion, not no PC company issue.
Well, I even need to clarify.
Okay, all right, just making sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Oklahoma City Thunder. They've won 3 in a row. They're number one.
Stock up on it.
Yeah. Strong. Would you invest in them right now?
I short term and long term. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I would.
The 2 seed right now, the Denver Nuggets. They've won 3 in a row. I agree.
I push my.
It's a blue chip stock.
Yeah,
a little pricey, but I'm in on that. Yeah. The Minnesota Timberwolves.
Stock down.
They've lost 2 in a row.
Cats hurt. They've been playing so well. Rudy Gobert missed the game. Stock down on them.
I agree. And then you got the Clippers. They've lost 1 here. They haven't played as well since Russell Westbrook got hurt. LA Clippers, 4th in the West.
Stock down.
Something's
up. A miss, if you will, in LA.
Is there any chance that the 5th seed, the Pelicans, overtakes either the Clippers or the Timberwolves?
I'd have to let me check the standings. I got it right here.
4 in a row now, 39-25. Just 6 out of the first spot are the Pelicans.
They're only 2.5 games behind the Clippers right now. I think there's a possibility because I think the stock is up on the Pelicans. Everybody's talking about all these other teams. Pelicans aren't getting any love nationwide. They're not on any of the shows. Nobody's talking other than Zion and his weight. And so I'm high on the Pelicans.
7-3 in their last 10. All they do is win. So you're down. You say stock down on Minnesota and the Clippers so far.
Yes.
Phoenix Suns, a 6th seed.
Stock up, and here's why.
The schedule is
brutal. But I'm thinking playoffs too and everything. They haven't been healthy, but Devin Booker's back now, and I think these last, how many games is it for them? 17 games or whatever it is. I think they're going to be primed to make a run, and so I'm stock up on them.
All right, we'll skip the Kings for now and come back to them. We'll go to the 10th spot, 34-30. Curry is going to miss the next game against the Mavs. They did beat the Spurs last night. Golden State Warriors, 34-30. Stock up, stock down.
Stock down. It's let me say this, because you're making me choose up or down. They're pretty much stagnant. You know what I mean? They're, they're just, everyday normal stock, not up.
We'll make that an option too.
Okay, I think they are who we thought
steady.
They were. Yeah, they're holding
when
steady.
Steph comes back, you think that stock will rise?
Nah, I think they are what they are. I think, I don't know if you saw the video, like Wiggins says something to Podziemski during the game, like there's a 2-on-1, Podziemski wanted the ball. Podziemski said, "Wiggs, what are you doing?" And Wiggins reportedly shot back, some expletive. And so, even if the Warriors, they 6-4, they're a steady team. I don't think they're going to get much movement from them.
You got to be careful because if you hurt Wiggs' feelings, he's going to be gone for 2 months. You got to be really
I'm
careful
on there. Well, I'm not.
You just got to be.
That's my boy Wiggins. Come
All I'm
on,
saying
man.
is you got to be careful.
You know, I'm all in on
but
Wiggins.
Jemski seems like a guy to be hard to play with because he's a rookie and he gets in people's face.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, what are you? Who are you again? Who do you think you are? All right, Lakers. They'll be here tomorrow, 36-30. They've won 2 in a row.
Oh,
stock up.
Stock up.
It is.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Kate? Okay. All right. I'm with you on that. I think we haven't seen the best of the Lakers. They've been hurt all season long, too. Nobody's talking about, Gabe Vincent missing, most of the season. Jared Vanderbilt has been out. Like some of their key bench and reserve players have been out this season.
Yeah. Dallas Mavericks, they are in a virtual tie with the Kings.
This is a tough
37-28. They've won 3 in a row. Stock down. No, I wouldn't.
Why are you down?
I don't.
You're down just
I don't
because
like
they're
them.
Dallas.
They're phonies. They're frauds.
Hold up. They've won 3 in a row.
Yeah, I know. Stock down. Don't invest in them.
Hold on.
They're fake. They're frauds.
OKC wins 3 in a row. You're like, stock up.
OKC is for real, baby.
But Dallas, 3 wins in a row.
Frauds.
Luka, that 30-point triple-double streak.
Yeah. My favorite new ex-player is Chandler Parsons, who just came out and said, I think Luka would be really hard to play with. I applaud him for that. They don't guard anybody. I know they're doing a lot better right now than I thought they would. I'm just I'm not gonna go back on what I've been saying all year.
All right, so
Dallas
you're saying
Mavericks frauds.
Stock down. You're not investing in
Yeah,
Dallas.
you are?
No,
investing?
no. I'm just saying they're holding steady.
Yeah, okay.
No, it's that's what I think.
That brings us to currently the 7th seed in the West. We complete the exercise with the Sacramento Kings.
What you got?
Stock down.
Dang.
I mean, after the loss.
Flippantly, like, stock down.
Well, it is. I mean, right now, it is. Like we said, very volatile market. You just got beaten up. Not just beaten, but I got pushed around in your own
I might buy low on these guys.
You might?
You know what I mean? I might say that they can turn it around. And, depending on the matchup, they can make some noise. But I get it. Stock down. They haven't been playing well as late. What you say, 9-9 over their last 18?
Yeah,
Stock down. But with the caveat that,
well, it's a good point. You can still invest in them,
right?
Stock down, but if you're going to jump on that stock,
I got faith, man. They can't be as bad as they've been at home. Like eventually, it has to turn around, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like sitting at the blackjack table.
Yeah,
losing and losing. Eventually, the cards got to break your way.
Yeah, I should clarify on the Mavericks and be more clear. You're right. I mean, their stock is up. It's just one I'm not buying.
You're not.
Yeah, they've won 3 in a row. If I get it, their
Right,
stock's up.
right.
I don't want any part. I'm not buying that.
Is it because it's Luka and Kyrie?
Yes.
Right.
Let me think about it. Yes. OKC, I would buy.
So
Nuggets,
hold
I
on.
would buy.
If Luka and
Minnesota,
Kyrie was on the Miami Heat,
Miami
you'd still
Heat,
be
I'm not buying. I'm not buying that stock. Thunder, I would buy. Nuggets, I would buy. Timberwolves, nope. Selling. Clippers, selling. Pelicans, buying a lot of. Phoenix, I don't know what to make of. Kings, yeah, stock is down. I'm still going to ask my broker to look into that. I still think but I want to see what happens tonight.
Right. Let's the deadline to make the purchase is midnight tonight, so you still got time to decide. Because if they win, it's like, stock up. Yes, let's go.
Yeah, I think they could, and I hope they don't. They could lose the next 2 games. And, a lot of people, don't you think a lot of people around here would say, well, that's it, they're done. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be, though.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, no matter what happens tonight and tomorrow, the Lakers can't pass them. The Warriors can't pass them.
It would look bad. It would look grim.
Bad. Yes, it would be hard. But, you get through this and hopefully the schedule lightens up. You got a tough Knicks team. Then you got Memphis.
Right.
So
Toronto after that, right?
like you got a West or an East Coast trip, Toronto, Washington, and Orlando. And so that's the problem with the Kings. They are like a stock. They're like so up and down. And so it just depends on which day you're buying, whether you're buying them up or down.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Ramsey's been hanging on to talk to the Drive guys. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. I just got to tell the actual reason why Dame Lillard unfortunately wasn't drafted by Sacramento. Unfortunately, he wasn't drafted by Sacramento because the Kings were panicking because they didn't have any commitment from Jason Thompson and they didn't have a forward at the time on the roster available. So therefore, once Thomas Robinson fell, they panicked, drafted him, and went from there. Unfortunately, if they would have had a true commit from Jason Thompson, Dame would have been in a Kings jersey.
But it was a matter of they were going to take Dame until Robinson fell in their lap.
Yeah, but that was due to a panic. That's what it really was.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Ramsey, for the clarification
light
there.
Yeah.
Jay doesn't like it when I go back and mention how the Kings could add those two guys.
Right.
It's just, and I understand that, and we move on. But just watching it, sometimes I wonder, it's like, man, the Kings had a shot at both those guys. Just, I can't help but wonder what could have been.
Franchise-altering players. You get one of those guys, and you become immediately relevant. Two of them?
Yeah. My understanding is like when they first saw Thomas Robinson at Summer League, they're like, that's not him, is it?
Oh, really?
Wait, he's not even as big as he's supposed.
No.
Yeah. Hey, it's basketball.
It's basketball, and it's Kings history. And that was the first thing when I came here, Whitey. It was the first, like, the wounds from the drafting and the misses. That was like the biggest, obviously the Marvin Bagley, Luka Doncic thing was hot at the time, but the misses in the draft is what really, fans were, hot about. Can't say that as much recently, right? Like,
tell you what, I wish they had more draft picks, but I mean, they do have some coming after this year. Wish they had one this year.
No, I'm with you. It's and
a first rounder.
It's going to convey to Atlanta probably. So yeah. And we got rid of ours last year too.
Yeah.
That's what's frustrating.
Not to put you on the spot, but before we break, that was a Kevin Huerter deal. Do you have any comments on Kevin Huerter being in the news lately?
Hey, man.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes you need to break out of a slump. You know?
Okay.
And so, hopefully Kevin Huerter comes out fired up tonight.
Thank you. Up next, how NFL free agent signings are not what they appear to be, and we'll catch up on the latest too here from the Goldman Center Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a three. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
When the unexpected happens, trust AutoAccident.com. Loyalty and compassion set them apart. They're with you every step of the way. AutoAccident.com. That's AutoAccident.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my hiding spots.
Ha! Found you.
How?
That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Now through March 21st, get started with 200 megabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
With conference championships around the corner, now's the time to register for the Dos Million Bracket Challenge. Sign up now at TwinPeaksBracketChallenge.com. Then fill out your bracket before the tournament tips off March 21st.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
It's Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you want a deal that's a slam dunk, go see the winning team at Folsom Lake Ford. Folsom Lake Ford is your truck headquarters with all your American-made favorites, like America's best-selling F-Series, F-150s, and Super Duties, or spacious new Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports, all in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford, right here in Sacramento. You can buy any new Ford with zero down on approved credit, save big with low interest finance rates, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Check out the huge selection of inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership to see their most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. They'll help you out. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 35 years and counting.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this, because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
The Tribe Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, I mean, just their size with Lopez and Giannis, Bobby Portis off the bench, guys like that. Causes a lot of issues for a lot of teams. So I feel like last time I played them, we did a good job of helping each other out, helping the helper and things like that.
Keegan Murray is a scouting report on the Bucks tonight. They're a formidable bunch. They've got some size. It'll be a challenge for the Kings to beat them tonight for the first time in they've lost 15 in a row to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, 15 in a row. 2016 the last time we beat them?
Correct.
So
it's a done deal. It's the law of averages. It's going to happen eventually.
Right? It got to happen sometimes, right?
Yeah. Kings need a win here at some point. This would be a big win. That's a pretty tough home back-to-back, huh? You're home. You got a 6-game homestand. Not to whine about it, but who do we got on the homestand? Well, you got a back-to-back with the Bucks and the Lakers.
Yeah. Like LA's going to be here resting in the Sawyer Hotel right across the way while you're busting your butt trying to beat Giannis and Dame, and think about it too. You got to imagine De'Aaron and Domas are going to play 38, 39. They're going to be taxed tonight if it's a close game, and then having to turn around and get back at it tomorrow night. It's going to be a challenge.
Would it be loser talk to suggest, I'd never say this publicly, but privately, if you're like, you know what, we get one of these two, I think that's pretty good. Is that loser talk? Honestly.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because championship teams, they don't think like that.
Yeah, I know.
Denver's not saying, oh, we got Milwaukee and Lakers. Man, if we could just get one of these, you see what I mean? So it is loser talk. It is.
But
OKC's not, Minnesota's not thinking that. Milwaukee's not thinking that.
I know, but we're talking about the Kings.
No,
okay.
No,
right.
because as soon as you start thinking that, then you become a loser. And so if I'm the Kings, I'm like, we got a golden opportunity. We got these guys on our home court. Let's go.
All right. You're right. We're going to talk more Kings with Brendan Nunes. He's going to join us here in just about 10 minutes. I want to congratulate you, Kyle, because your Eagles have made another deal today. Devontae Parker from the Patriots. He was released by the Patriots last year at 33 catches, 394 yards. He's the newest Philadelphia Eagle. 1 year, $4.69 million fully guaranteed.
No, but
there you go.
You're missing it. That's not the big signing.
What do you got?
That's not the big signing. Hold on. Who do we just sign? I thought it was CJ Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
all right.
CJ Gardner. We bringing him back to Philly to beef up that secondary. And so, and he tweeted out 15 minutes ago, flying home with the eagle emoji out there. And so the Eagles, man, we are getting things done.
Just give them the Lombardi now, huh?
Why even play the game, right? I'm saying the narrative was, well, the Eagles, the coordinators are awful, the secondary. We're addressing needs out there in Philadelphia. Tell me the moves that the Niners have made to make themselves better.
They've got an excellent defensive end. Leonard Floyd's a stud, and he's a player. And he shows up. He's healthy. He's great.
He's all right. I mean,
no, he's a really good player.
He's a good player, but you already had great players on the defensive line.
Sorry.
And it didn't pan out.
What didn't pan out? They went to the Super Bowl and lost in overtime. It didn't pan out. You make it sound like they got knocked out by Tampa Bay in the first round.
Which team has won the offseason so far?
I don't know that anyone has, but I know that it doesn't matter. Probably the stinking Atlanta Falcons. I don't know.
And my Eagles
you're
are
doing a lot.
We've done a good
that's
job.
The thing they've had to, and keep this in mind. Andrew Brandt, writing in Sports Illustrated, former member of the Packers front office, he says the thing about football is you got to be careful with free agents, because if there's a guy that's a free agent, that means there's a reason why his team let him go. Sometimes it's cap situations, but in the NFL, this is a guy that used to be in the front office. He says, if teams really value somebody, they'll find a way to keep them. So all these great names that get bounced around, we got this guy, we got that guy. Why didn't their teams keep them? There are good reasons for that. Good reasons for that.
Saquon?
The Giants they didn't want him for years.
They're a trash franchise. That's why I'm glad they didn't want him. I mean, this CJ Gardner Johnson move is I think
that'll help. Well, like you said, it certainly addresses the need.
Yeah,
it really does. Did you hear, real quick here, we don't talk politics, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. running for president as an independent? Maybe you saw his great ad during the Super Bowl. Did you see who he says is at the top of his list as a VP?
I heard about this. I heard it. Yes, I'm going to let you deliver.
Aaron Rodgers!
I don't know what's going on in the world, man. I just don't get it.
So, and if you're a Jets fan now, it's like, well, if they win, he won't be able to play quarterback. So, I guess we don't know what's going to happen.
But
there.
Could you see Aaron Rodgers in political office, like the Tommy Tuberville of politics? Like after when it's all said and done, I could see him running for something.
I could see him get elected. I couldn't see him staying long.
Yeah,
and he'd just go completely off the
right. Maybe Wisconsin, governor or something like that.
I've just assembled my UFO task force. That's what he would do. But anyway, something to keep an eye on. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Rick joins us here on Sactown Sports. Hey, Rick, what's up?
Guys, how you doing? I'm a loyal listener. Whitey, I go back with you all the way back to the Rise guys.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, so I would like to see Mike put Davion in the starting lineup and give Kevin a break. Kevin needs to maybe refocus, reset, and take a little time. I know he has the ability, but right now he's killing us, man. He just is. And Davion's playing well. Davion's earned it. He's earned the right to start. And so I'd like to see Mike make that move. Thank you, guys.
No, thank you, Rick. Thanks for the kind words. A lot of calls to that effect yesterday, Drace, when you had the day off. Why isn't Malik starting? Malik's got to start. So that's where, fans right now are seeing that things aren't quite where they are supposed to be. Why don't they change up the starting lineup?
And you said it was either yesterday or last week. The Kings are the one team that really hasn't tinkered or messed with their lineups a whole lot compared to other teams. This is the first time I've heard somebody say Davion should be getting the starting nod. And I don't know. I think, and I've said it before, you put Kevin Huerter on the bench, it minimizes his potential, if you know what I mean. Like, as a starter, He's used to these guys. He's in the flow. He's getting his minutes. Then he goes to the bench when Malik comes in or whatever. Now, if he's on the bench, not only is he behind Davion or Keon, he's behind Malik Monk also. And so then it's like, who is Kevin Huerter, a 15-minute per game player for you? And I don't know. We've seen him break out of these slumps before earlier this season.
He had a good game against the Bucks, I believe.
Right. Yes.
Really nice game. 26, I think.
Yeah. Thanasis just came out. Antetokounmpo. Thanasis Antetokounmpo. And so he's a instant comedy.
What a coincidence that he's on the same team that his brother.
Right. I mean, who would have thought?
What are the odds?
Right. The odds. This guy, would and there are no Lopez brothers either. Like
right.
Brooke and Robin, I wonder, is he just he's like the Udonis Haslem of Milwaukee, just there to pacify Giannis, have his guy with him. Look at it. He's going through his warm-up, though.
If I had Giannis and he said, hey, you got to put my brother on the team, I'd say, well, I'll put all of them on the team.
Right.
Whatever you want, big fella. Yeah.
Especially when you're a small market
play?
like Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And the threat of Giannis leaving was hanging over you. Yeah. Do whatever you can.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, Mr. Giannis.
Anybody in your extended family wants a spot. Hey, Ash joins us here on Sactown Sports. Hey, Ash. Thanks for hanging. What's up?
Not much. I just wanted to discuss an interesting take with you guys that I thought of this morning. I don't know if you guys have heard of anything like this, but personally, I actually kind of think that the Kings are an inside scoring team that masquerades as a three-point shooting team.
Ooh. Do tell. Why? What you got?
So, Huerter, he's streaky, and I mean, I trust him, but at the same time, when he's off, he is off, and he just cannot buy a bucket. And Keegan, he can be really hot at times, but at times he also has a little bit of HB syndrome. Both of them kind of disappear at times during the season. HB a lot more frequently, obviously, than Keegan. But our two primary guys are Fox and Sabonis in terms of scoring. And they're both definitely inside scorers. They're not outside scorers. I mean, Fox has taken a giant leap and a good step this year, but I still truly believe that this team is more of an inside scoring team than an outside scoring team.
Interesting, Ash. Interesting theory. I see where he's going there as far as Fox and Sabonis. But in today's NBA, if you're an inside scoring team, you're done.
Right, you're done. Yeah, I mean, you're what? The Chicago Bulls, mid-range or inside, like, they're hitting threes, you're hitting twos. That's not a winning, successful formula.
Yeah, anybody can tell you that. In fact, Brendan Nunes will tell you that when he joins us, our Sactown Sports Kings Insider, next from the Golden One on Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Skies will stay cloudy through the evening hours tonight, and then the clouds will clear out overnight. Tomorrow will turn out to be a sunny day with an afternoon breeze, and highs will warm into the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA3 app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let's fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $67. Plumbing, sewer, electric, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696355.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own loan report.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
What's keeping you from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make learning fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. And in 10 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
That's not long.
It's not hard.
It's perfect.
It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Guests come to you via the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. It's Draper and Gleason here from the Golden One Center. And joining us now, our Sactown Sports Kings insider, Brendan Nunes. And Brendan, let me point out to you here, Drapes was complaining earlier that he didn't have popcorn. So now we got popcorn, we got water, we got soda. Is there any? Can I get you anything? I guess is a question.
I'm doing all right. You guys got variety of popcorn.
Yes.
Too.
Yeah.
Options.
Yeah.
My boy James brought the bag. He was listening. There we go. Said, Drapes, you don't need that little box. I got the whole bag.
You got everything you need over here.
Yeah.
Are you out here early to watch Giannis's brother warm up?
That's exactly what I'm here for. I'm here for Thanasis and Andre Jackson Jr. Really,
Yeah.
that's what we're all here for, right?
Yes.
I'm watching Thanasis corner threes. All right, there you go. He made the first one. I was like, uh-oh.
It'll be interesting to see if his brother plays, though. Probable coming into the night, and obviously a big part of their team, big focal point. And we've seen how the Kings have struggled against teams that don't have their best player for whatever reason that may be.
We have seen that, haven't we? Let's cut to the chase. What do you see as the keys for the Kings tonight against an excellent team?
Yeah, I mean, Milwaukee does a really good job getting to the free throw line, specifically Giannis and Dame, and the Kings can be a little handsy. They want to play a physical brand of basketball and don't have great defenders, and I think sometimes that could lead to fouls. So I think keeping Milwaukee off the free throw line is going to be big today. And also just hitting your threes. These spray threes have been a topic of conversation as of late. The Houston and Miami games really stand out as teams that really pack the paint against you defensively. And I think that Milwaukee kind of fits that. So it's going to be important not get too deep, limit turnovers to not make things harder for you. And
yeah,
you got to knock down those threes.
I mentioned the spray threes earlier, and Drape said, "Oh, not that again,"
because he's been talking about it all season long, right? Like
Not
that's
me.
just not White. I'm talking Mike. Like he's always talking about the spray threes, and I'm like, man. And I understand you got to keep hammering and keep hammering it. Do you see that as the issue? Like guys getting too deep, like he said the other day, and not hitting them in stride?
I mean, I think specifically those games, the Miami and again Houston game, yes, that was an issue where, in the Miami one, De'Aaron Fox has a season high 7 turnovers. In the Houston one, Domas second season high or second place, whatever, 9 turnovers in that one. He struggles as well. So I think against those teams specifically, but overall they've done pretty good. I think they're 5th post All-Star break in offense. Mike Brown has mentioned that a couple times these last few games, but I think they're doing all right. But they are a team that, they want to get better defensively. I just personally don't even think they have the personnel. Not saying that you shouldn't try, but you got to rely on your offense. And I think those spray threes are such an essential part of it that when shots aren't going down, there's definitely a big difference.
That's Brendan Nunes, our Kings Insider, SactownSports.com. I know you're at practice today. I know you were talking to Keegan about offense and defense. What's your explanation for why his offense seems to be shrinking and what can be done about it?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's pros and cons to this equal opportunity offense that the Kings run. It makes you very unpredictable, and that's what they're looking for. That's valuable in the postseason, but it also is not great at riding the hot hand. If Keegan has it going, for example, I think that first quarter last game, he does well and then really slows down after the fact. And a lot of people are like, oh, they got to get him more involved. It's just not how Sacramento's offense works. I think Keegan has to go out there and get it on his own. We've seen Harrison go through ups and downs and a couple of different guys, but really I think Keegan needs to have that aggressive mindset offensively and go and get it himself with still maintaining the flow, which is the balance that I think he's trying to figure out in year 2.
What do you make of the offense first quarter versus third quarter? Because usually you think, all right, coming out of the locker room, it's the same thing at halftime. Maybe you don't get as much warm up. Why is there such a huge difference? I looked at the numbers. I think they're 7th in the NBA in offensive rating in the first quarter, but maybe 24th in the third. Like, what are you seeing first and third quarters?
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's hard to pin down. The first thing that comes to my mind is the defensive adjustments the other team are making coming out of halftime, whether that be trying to run guys off the line or really it feels like the Kings have something working for them often and then try to repeat that a lot, which is a solid formula, and I think a lot of teams do that. But when the other team comes out at halftime with maybe a little bit of a different looking defense, I think it can just take the Kings a sec to adjust to that.
Brendan, a lot of fans think Malik should start. This is something that people and you've been talking about, all season long. But right now, people are wondering about it again because the team is apparently looking for some answers. Do you think it should happen? Do you think it ever would happen?
I mean, I don't think it'll happen this year, for what it's worth. And even down the line, like we've asked Mike Brown about this a little bit, and he said it's harder to replace what Malik does off the bench than to just plug somebody into that starting 5 who can just be your 5th starter. And really, you see De'Aaron checks out about the 5-minute mark, 7-minute mark, somewhere in there, the first quarter. And typically Davion and Malik Monk are coming into the game. And I think you always want one of Malik or De'Aaron on the floor at all times. Having Domas's playmaking is great, but it's different when it's coming from a perimeter player that can get past their man, get into the paint, and make plays from there. So I think there's value in being able to stagger De'Aaron and Malik. And also, Malik's out there to close games.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really matters, and you don't know exactly where his head is at. Obviously, free agency with him is a big topic there, and maybe that matters to him, but I personally would think that closing is the important thing.
Who has the cap space next year that teams that might be able to pursue him if they had interest?
Orlando's the one that stands out to me. I think they could really use a guard playmaker like that, and they have a lot of defenders to surround him. And San Antonio's interesting to me too, but I think they can only get to about that 20 mil mark, which isn't going to be much more than I believe it's 478 is the max the Kings can offer. And, maybe playing with Wemby's enticing, but I like to think if it's that close, it's not really doing it.
Gotcha.
What's your gut telling you, man? What are you thinking? I'm listening to the numbers. If San Antonio gets to the 20, what if Orlando goes up a little higher, and the Kings can't compete financially with that?
Yeah, I mean, I still think I lean towards Malik staying, but I still think we're talking like 70-30 here. and everybody talks about his relationship with De'Aaron Fox, which I think is very real, but I think it's the relationship with Mike Brown that stands out to me. I think those guys can be so honest with each other. They're both guys that tell you how it is and aren't afraid to say things to your face, and they both know that it's coming from the right place, that they're trying to work towards the same goals. So I'm interested to see how that could factor in here, but I do think it's kind of a coin flip. Like if you're Orlando, Klay Thompson's out there too. I tried to do this exercise yesterday. There's D'Lo out there. Like, which of these guys, with Malik included, is the most intriguing to you? And there's a lot of times that I think Malik might be the best option, but you never know what a different team is going to be feeling like.
Brendan, if Domas breaks the consecutive double-double streak tonight, will you celebrate with 2 halftime hot dogs tomorrow night?
Ooh, 2 halftime hot dogs. I don't know about that. I've never stepped into the double glizzy night.
We've seen it done though. People have done it.
We have seen it, and it's often without buns. And
really?
I don't think that's my style.
How are the hot dogs here? Are they pretty good?
They're all right.
RJ's like, you eat anything though, RJ? Come on. He's like, oh, they're great.
That's
Dude,
you're a double dog guy, right? You've been known to do the double dogs.
I was pressed for time. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the incredible streak. Do you think he'll end up catching Kevin Love? I think 53 is the all-time streak, and he's
in a single season.
53 is the all-time record for double streaks, and he's got 46 right now.
Yeah,
bringing down that record, bringing it home.
I mean, they've got some. These next 3 games aren't very easy. Milwaukee got some good bigs, obviously, 2 of them really. If you're throwing Giannis in there, also Bobby Portis off the bench. Even you go to LA, Anthony Davis has been playing out of his mind. He sounded very motivated after that last game, saying the Kings always won. And then you got the Knicks coming into town. They're a really good rebounding team. So if I have to bet, I'm going to bet yes, because he's the best rebounding guy in the league. But you never really know. But it seems to be just what he does on a nightly basis, really. So I'd bet yes.
Brendan Nunez joining us, Sactown Sports, 1140 Kings Insider. Brendan, here we are, 19 games to go, something like that. What's your vibe on this team and its ceiling? Is it still an opportunity to advance out of the first round, or are you kind of like sort of resigned, like, you know what, even if they do make it to the playoffs, it might be short-lived?
I mean, I think they have a chance to get out of the first round. I keep holding on to hope that they're going to go on a run at some point here. And I lose hope with each bad loss, let me tell you, Grapes. But I still think that it's just about playing your best basketball at the right time. And we've seen the best version of this Kings can compete, and if you pull OKC in the first round, Minnesota, these teams are far from pushovers and the Kings would not be favored. But I think you have a chance that if you're rolling offensively specifically and the physicality will be up in the postseason, Kings know that they can get into guys a little bit more, not have to worry about as tight of a whistle. I still think the ceiling of this group is getting out of the first round. Now, they absolutely could lose in the play-in as well, and that's kind of the duality and complications with this team, really.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much, Brendan.
Appreciate you guys.
Get you anything. We've got a variety of
I think I'm all right. I'm going to head down and figure it out.
All right.
Appreciate it, though. Yeah. Might have to try some of that later.
Yeah, that's good, right?
Some of that popcorn.
White cheddar.
Yeah. Good luck getting that out of his hand.
Right.
Gourmet at that. Yeah.
He's lining up a Jiffy Pop endorsements.
Okay.
When we come back, why playing hard is not playing hard enough for the Kings from the Golden One Center. Drive Guy, Sactown Sports.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike to the left hand. The Kings lead by 3.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Elevate your golf game at Timber Creek Golf Course in Roseville. Just named to the prestigious Golfer's Choice 2024 Top 25 Public Golf Courses in all of California by Golf Pass, Timber Creek offers an unparalleled experience. Our revamped practice facility features a grass driving range, expanded putting greens, and a chipping area complete with sand traps. Whether you're a pro or just starting your golf journey, Timber Creek is the place to be. Visit us and discover why we're the talk of Sacramento and beyond. Unwind and tee off at Timber Creek Golf Course.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got good news. The American Energy Heat and Air $0 HVAC diagnostic has been extended to February 29th. That's right. It expired at the end of January, but want to give you all an opportunity who missed out to get in. It's a $99 value. All right, it's $100, and right now it's free. I don't know how much easier I can pitch that. Normally $100, now $0. Let the American Energy team test your system, your connections, and all the moving parts of that system to make sure it's functioning properly. And you know who's going to be coming to your home? A group of people that have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. A group of folks that have been making the greater Sacramento area proud since 1981. $0 HVAC diagnostic. Normally a $100 value right now at American Energy Heat and Air. Go to AmericanEnergyAir.com or call them to make your appointment. 916-520-9990.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Visit CordellCordell.com to take the first step.
500 Capitol Mall, Suite 2120, Sacramento, California, 95814. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Sacramento is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. And kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Sacramento at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Get ready for your chance to win a $475 gift card by entering Sactown Sports Bracket Challenge on Monday, March 18th. Sponsored by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Think when that energy.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Whitey and Drape's coming to you from the Golden One. Kyle Draper has breaking news, and if you're a Kings fan, it's not the good kind.
Keegan Murray is out tonight. Will not play. Left ankle sprain. Had shoot around earlier. Spoke to reporters. Said he thought he'd be able to go, but Keegan Murray is out. And I didn't notice if he was out here trying to warm up. I didn't see him.
Yeah.
And usually he's out here by this point. And so No Keegan Murray tonight. That's a big loss, man.
Now, our buddy Brendan Nunes, who just joined us, he speculates on X that Chris Duarte gets the start.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I'm looking at, the roster and who else would fill in that spot. Unless you go with Kessler Edwards or somebody like that, do you go Trey Lyles and go big or,
Yeah, slide the HB over the 3.
3 and Lyles at the 4. Mike Brown's going to be talking in about 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll get word who's starting then. But it's a massive loss, man. You could argue Keegan's your best perimeter defender.
Yeah, I think it was it late last week, we were talking about Duarte, and I was, it didn't turn out this way, but I was suggesting, hey, I think Herder's minutes are going to go down, which they have, and I said, I think they're getting ready to play Duarte more. He hasn't played at all.
He hasn't, and ever since he's gone with the small lineup with the 3 guards, my guy Duarte, and I thought Duarte was playing solid too.
Yeah.
He was playing halfway decent. High flyer, have a seat, man.
This menacing figure looming over us, and I look up.
Yeah,
it's the Flyer.
What? Let me turn on your mic, man. What, dude? Why you do that?
Do what?
Why you act like you peering over at the court, trying to watch Giannis warm up when in reality you're like, fellas, I'm here. Like you're trying to get us to notice you.
Wow.
That's the feeling. I'm keeping it real.
Y'all-
That's the
I didn't have
feeling
an
I
issue
get,
with it.
bro.
You know what I mean? My man to my left really feeling himself. Ain't he? I really am checking out Giannis, man. This dude here, man, is a workaholic.
Yeah.
For what he's been through and his road to the NBA is just remarkable.
Yeah.
Remarkable. And for him to be this successful, man, I salute him big time because the things that they went through, him and his brothers in Greece. I mean, I watched
Growing
the
up,
whole
yeah.
documentary.
Oh, you watched the doc?
Yes.
I haven't watched it yet.
And see, I spent time in Greece, so I know. I've been there. I've seen it. Bruh, it's no joke when you're homeless and you trying to get a buck in Greece, man.
And with what? They were hawking what? Watches, selling watches and jewelry and everything?
They were selling whatever they could. Whatever they could, him and his brothers, man. And for him to go through all of that and then be to where he is right now, bruh, I salute you big time.
Yeah. Hey, High Flyer, we know that according to Jeff Petrie, he had informed the Kings when he left, it's like, you might want to take a look at this guy. Didn't work out. I don't know if you want to talk about this. I know you know Dame or knew Dame.
Right. Yep.
Can you talk to us about how close he came to being a King? Or is that something you don't want to?
No, you got no problem with it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
We
basketball,
talked about it
baby.
earlier. You got these 2 stars. The Kings could have had both of them. Really did.
It's crazy because, like I said, I spent a lot of time in Greece. So, I mean, my name reigned supreme in Greece, and I knew about this kid.
Yeah.
And Jeff Petrie, that's one thing he did also. He spent a lot of time in Europe, and Greece is one of his favorite spots. So, yes, he knew a lot about Giannis and what was going on with him.
Yeah.
Now, did they know he was going to be what he is right now? No. That's the thing about drafting players. Because you never know. It's definitely going to be a crapshoot. And then, I can also talk about Dame too, because really, when Dame went through his workout here, I was in the gym. I was in the gym. I watched Dame work out. And when
How'd he do?
Man, Dame missed 2 shots the whole time he was there. That boy shot I'm telling you, after Dame walked out and he left, everybody got into a little group and said, that was the best shooting exhibition we've seen from a draft pick ever. The dude shot the lights out. And and like I said, I had insight with Dame. I know his family and everything, and I knew for a fact he wanted to be here. See, Dame is that guy that he wants to come and he wants to prove himself because he's done that his whole life. He did it when he went to Oakland High. And then, he wasn't a big draft pick. I mean, it wasn't a big prospect. So he went to Weber State, turned it out, showed him what he could do. So he was used to that. And coming to Sacramento, he was like, you know what? I can come to Sacramento and I can turn this thing around. That's what he really wanted to do.
And it almost happened, right?
It almost happened. Then Thomas Robinson.
Yeah.
T-Rob happened.
High Flyer joining us here, Sactown Sports 1140. Just got word, no Keegan Murray tonight. Ankle sprain. He's not playing tonight.
Did he turn his ankle? Because I saw the other night when he dove for that ball on the baseline.
On the baseline there, yeah.
Yes. He didn't get up and make it back down on the offensive end.
Yes.
I was wondering, I thought it was more, I thought that he re-aggravated the back.
Right. No, they say it's the ankle.
It's the ankle. Okay.
Who would you start? Duarte? We don't know yet for sure who they're starting. They haven't said officially.
You know, it's so wild with this basketball team, man, because the first person that we want to put in the starting lineup, everybody wants to put Monk.
Yes.
But, you know, and me included. I've always said that whenever we had when we had De'Aaron Fox was injured, I was like, experiment with it. Just see what he gives you on one night. It's not going to hurt. But I do understand the whole concept of why they're bringing Malik Monk off the bench, because he changes the game, and you need a game changer coming off of your bench. But sometimes I'm like, if you don't have that guy in there at the beginning, I don't care who you're bringing off the bench, it ain't gonna happen.
And he's finishing either way, so that's the main thing,
he's finishing either way. But you know, when you talk about someone like Keegan Murray, this is where we miss Sasha so much, because Sasha would be the easy plug. Plug him in right there at the 4th spot, and you go. But I'll tell you what, I mean, I would look at Trey Lyles. I'm serious.
Really?
I would move Harrison to the 3, and I'll throw Trey Lyles at the 4. You know, you playing Alex Lynn at the 5 anyway. You know, he's the first one coming off at the bench at the 5. You rotate those 3 players around. I really would.
All right. Okay.
You don't want to slide 6'7" Kevin Huerter to the front court,
to the 3
against this team? No.
I didn't think he would like this.
No.
I actually think they could get away with it on this team.
You know what? I don't, man. I really don't, because, you know, KD, I mean, you know, all seriousness here.
Yeah.
Have you noticed how the games we've lost, have you noticed how they have actually picked out and fished out the mismatch?
So hold on. Then you might as well say you're not playing Kevin Huerter at all then.
No, I'm not saying I'm playing him at all. I mean, his minutes would be limited, because I'm telling you, if Kevin Huerter isn't knocking down shots, he's a liability on the other end.
Right.
And teams are picking on
So the last
him.
thing you want to do is play him out of position.
Exactly.
No, but he could guard Jay Crowder. He can guard Jay Crowder. He can guard Jay Crowder.
Yes, he can guard Jay Crowder. But what's going to happen when they run the pick and roll?
But that's no matter what. Whether he's at the 2 or the 3, the 4 or 5, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
You're saying if he's on the floor, they can pick him up, pick on him.
But when they switch, and I really blame the Kings for this. I would never switch all 4 or all 5 of my players, because there's some guys that just can't guard other guys off the bounce. And we've had plenty of times to where these guys have taken the ball and just straight beating a man one-on-one and go straight to the basket and score. Because what they do is they run that pick and roll, and we switch it. There he is. I got him. Y'all clear out. Pew, straight to the basket layup.
Why do you think they've had some success lately with the zone? I asked Jay Triano about it yesterday. He just said, you know, sometimes in the NBA, it's just a change of pace. It's that simple. Takes a couple possessions to adjust to it.
The matchup zone is a gimmicky defense. And you know what? It's sad to say, but in today's game, some of these NBA players don't even recognize that this team is in the zone, because it's a matchup zone.
Right.
You start out on a guy. You don't understand it's a zone until that guy goes through and all of a sudden, he's not guarding me anymore. He's not following me anymore.
Right.
It might take you 2 or 3 times before you recognize that. Like you said, you know, it just throws teams off. That matchup zone is only going to work for a certain amount of time. And then you see guys go back to man to man. But I tell you what, some teams never figure it out. I mean, we've seen it happen.
Miami plays it a lot.
We've seen it happen. Some teams are very good at it. You know, because what you're going to do is, especially against a team like the Kings, I would run a matchup zone all night, because what it does is that it makes sure that you're going to grab a rebound, because you got all you guys in the paint, right? And then you match up with every guy that's out at the 3-point line. You just match up. And if you want to shoot 3-pointers over a hand in your face, if you're making them, you're great. But if you're not, you're cooked, because you're not getting no rebound, and we're off to the fast breaks.
Yep. High flyer Henry Turner with us here as we get ready for the Bucks and the Kings tonight at the Golden One Center. What do you make all Mike Brown's talk about? Hey, we got to get to paint, spray the ball. It's what we're not doing. We get to the paint, we're getting shut down by teams that defend the paint well. Got to get to the paint, spray it, make our threes. That's what we're not doing. You agree?
Yes, I agree on two levels with that. You know, but in order for you to get to the paint, you got to have somebody who can break their man down off the dribble. And you got 2 guys and 2 guys only that can do that. You got Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox. And when both of those guys sometimes aren't on the floor, Now you got a bunch of stand around guys waiting for somebody to create a shot for each other, and it's not happening. And that's when it gets stagnant. They throw the ball to Sabonis. Sabonis like, okay, is anybody going to cut? Anybody going to move? Y'all going to stand? I got the ball. Anybody going to cut? Y'all going to move? Y'all going to stand? He's standing there pivoting to death, and everybody's like, okay, well, I'm waiting for somebody to screen.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for somebody. I mean,
this offense is player movement, ball movement, and too often the Kings don't have either one.
It's read and react, and to have an offense like that, fellas, you have to have some guys who can play one-on-one. That's why Malik Flourish is so good in this offense, because he's a guy that can get it on his own. He utilizes the screen great. Him and Sabonis and whoever else is at that 4-5 spot, it works very well because Malik can get downhill. He can score above the rim. They got to respect his three-point shot, and he can handle the ball. Same thing with De'Aaron. It works great for De'Aaron. De'Aaron can get to wherever he wants to. But everybody else who's standing out there that can't take the ball and beat them in, Keegan Murray is 50-50. He does it 50-50. I wish he would do it more. Because what he does is that when De'Aaron kicks the ball to him, instead of him electing just to shoot it, he pump fakes every once in a while, every blue moon, and he get in there and get that little floater in the middle that kills defense.
Right.
If you got guys who can do that, Trey Lyles is very smart. He does it also, but our main core guys catch, shoot.
Right, catch and shoot.
If it's dropping, great, but if it ain't dropping.
And when the offense bogs down, this is what I say. When teams take away your offense, we don't have bucket getters. We don't have guys like you were saying that can get in their bag and create a shot.
I think we do, KD. It's just that you know what?
Woo.
I love this guy, man. I think if you utilize him the right way, man, I think Harrison Barnes can definitely be that guy, dog. When you need a couple of good looks, because his basketball IQ kicks in. When you run some plays, you get Harrison Barnes down there in that mid post, HB, you go to work. You know what? We need something for 2 or 3 minutes. You go to work.
We don't see that enough, though.
We don't see enough. That's what I'm saying. Even if he don't score, KD, he's smart enough to get fouls and go to the free throw line.
Yeah.
He's big enough to use his body to create.
We've seen that at times. We've seen it here.
He's good enough to do that, but we don't utilize him in that way. And honestly, Harrison Barnes don't even get vocal enough to do it. I mean, you got to have guys say, you know what? Sabonis is out. De'Aaron's out. We done missed the last 2 3-pointers. Hey, put me in that post. Let's go.
Do we have anybody, though, that says that?
No.
No. One of my problems I have with the team is when DeMar DeRozan gets cooking. I don't see anybody saying, I got him. Don't worry. Hey, I got him. I'm going to shut him down. And conversely, on the offensive end, give me the ball.
You know who does it on defense?
De'Aaron a little bit?
He got to get mad first.
De'Aaron, he got to get mad.
He got to get mad first.
Yes, 100%. De'Aaron Fox.
He got to go Jekyll and Hyde on you first.
Right.
He'll do it and be very successful at it. But when you talk about a guy on the offensive side looking and saying, you know what, okay. But Harrison Barnes, he's the perfect guy for it. Perfect size. He can play inside. He can play out. He can give it to you however he wants.
Smart.
And he's a guy that has the respect enough from the other players to do it.
Right.
But he's not that guy. He's not going to say, give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball. He's going to stand out and do like what everybody else does. Dribble, okay, kick, dribble, okay, kick.
Yeah.
But we need a guy like that, KD, because sometimes De'Aaron's not going to be on the floor. Sometimes Sabonis is not going to be on the floor. Your third guy has to notice that and say, okay, fellas, this is my time.
Yeah.
I'm numero uno out here now.
Right.
I'm the captain now. Bring the ball through me.
What do you guys think of this? Of course, Drapes, Whitey, and we got the high flyer with us here. Malik Monk said this. He says, this is what we have to do now. Quote, hit first. That's always our mentality when we win. Hit first, play harder than the other teams, win 50-50 balls, get offensive rebounds, things like that. Just playing harder than other teams is what our focus is. Now, I know a lot of that is every basketball team says that, but I think for this team to have a chance going forward to do anything, they really need to be that scrappy team that no matter how hard the other team is playing, they have to play harder. I think that needs to become their identity going forward.
That needs to be their identity, fellas. But I'll tell you this. The Kings have been guilty of this, and it has shown. They'll play hard. They'll come out and they'll get up 20, but they'll take their foot off the accelerator.
Right, yeah.
Now, playing hard ain't it. Learning how to close out games and close teams out is the thing. You really have to understand time, pace, and score.
That gets back to going to HB sometimes.
Yes,
the offense is
you really have to understand time, pace, and score. If you play a first half, KD, and you go up 10 points, All right, you up 10, you go in at halftime. What you need to do that third quarter, it's easy. That third quarter, you come out like gangbusters, and you try to stretch that 10 to 15 or 20 by that fourth quarter, right?
Hold on, High Flyer. Stop. We know this. You got to believe they know this. So what's the problem?
I don't know, man. You know what, though? These young cats are different. I'm telling you. This was in our DNA when I played, KD. I'm not telling you something that I heard. This is in our DNA. We would go in at halftime and say, okay, fellas, we got a 10-point lead. We played pretty decent. We got to make some adjustments. But this third quarter, first 5 minutes of this third quarter, we come out like gangbusters. We doing whatever it takes. We scrapping. We diving for loose balls. Because, okay, everybody, all 10 players don't give 150% all the time when they're out there on the floor.
Of course not.
You've seen it. Some guys relax a couple plays. That's just the ebbs and flows of the game. But our mentality was that first 5 minutes in that third quarter can make or break what you're doing. Because if you say, for example, if you down 10, right? If you down 10, that first 5 minutes in the third quarter, if you come out, you play hard, you get that lead back down to 3-2, you back in the game.
Does De'Aaron Fox need to be more of a vocal leader? He's your best player by far, as you guys said. When he gets angry, he takes extra defensive responsibility. We know what he can do. Does he need to be more of a vocal leader for this team to get to where they want to get to?
He's going to have to be more of a vocal leader, and he's going to have to be part coach out there also. All good basketball teams who have a point guard that's a coach, a la Chris Paul, they are very good basketball teams. You know, I always use Chris Paul in his instance because he's been one that does it the best. He looks out there and says, okay, who do I have and what do I need?
Right.
And what do I need? If I need a pick and roll to get that guy the ball, that's what I'm going to run. If I need an alley-oop to get that kid the ball, that's what I'm going to run. If I got a guard that's just stroking it from three, we're going to run pick and roll spray, and we're going to spray it right back out to him. He calls those shots, and he makes sure that that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So it puts your team in the best possible position when you have that point guard that's a quarterback, and that's an extension of the coach out there, Katie. You have to have that.
Right. High Flyer joining Sactown Sports 1140, the Drive guys. How would you stop Giannis? How would you defend it?
You got to pick Giannis up at the parking lot. You really do.
But then he takes two steps
really
from the
do.
parking lot.
Hey, that's what I'm saying, because here's the deal. When Giannis is on the break, you know he wants to get to the basket. If Giannis elects to stop behind the three-point line and shoot, oh, well, so be it. But I'll tell you what, you better not pick him up at the three-point line. You better be standing next to Giannis when he comes over that line and he's standing at the K. If you pick him up anywhere under that, it's too late.
Dang.
Anywhere under that. If you meet Giannis at the three-point line, you cooked.
Are you still mad about the way the Kings defended Dame's game winner the last time these two teams played? I know you weren't happy about that.
No, I wasn't. No, I was not, because, you know, when they inbounded that ball, Whitey, the ball went into Giannis' hands. And De'Aaron, I love it. De'Aaron, my dude. Besides KD, De'Aaron's my dude. De'Aaron left Dame. I don't care. I wouldn't have cared if Jordan would have got the ball at that particular time. If I'm guarding Dame, I'm not leaving him, because I'm not letting you even get the ball. He left, went to go look at Giannis. Giannis threw the ball right back to Dame. Dame gets the chance to come up.
Yep.
And then you know Dame is going left to the step back. I know that. I mean, I've watched him all his life. That's his move. He's going to that. And if you let him get that shot off, man, I mean, it's like letting Steph get it off. You're at their mercy.
But it was
once they get over half court.
It was like a 35-footer, wasn't it? It was a legit 34, 35-footer.
Did you watch the All-Star game?
Right. I did.
Hey, I watched this kid come up and take a step behind the three-point line and knock two of them down.
You mean half-court line?
Yeah, half-court line,
yeah.
and knocked two of them down. And it wasn't like they hit the backboard and went in.
Right.
They were
all net. Huh? And a regular shot.
And a regular
Yeah.
shot. Exactly. Yeah. So you mean to tell me that you're going to let both of those guys, him or Steph, get to that spot and get it off? Man, it's over with.
You're right. It was.
I would have fouled him on the dribble first.
Really?
I would have fouled him on the dribble.
Wait, what was it, a 2-point game?
2-point game. Yeah. I would have fouled him on the dribble first. At least you going in overtime.
Wow.
Dang.
Wow.
That's
a bold strategy.
If you would have let Dame get the ball, because first of all, like I said, I wouldn't have let him get the ball in his hands, period. But if he did get it And once he got right there, I'm following.
Do you think the Kings are going to end up out of the play-in?
Man, if they're out of the play-in, I'm going to be mad. Me and this man, they argued over this, man. All night.
I mean,
like
above,
actually
like
in the top 6.
I wasn't clear. Six or better.
No, I want them to be 6 or better. Yes.
Yeah.
6 or better for me is a great year for this team.
Do you think they can do it? Because I would not bet
you know
they
what?
would.
It's there. It's there for their taking. I mean, it's all on them. They have control over their own destiny. I mean, a lot of teams have fell off. A lot of teams have started losing basketball, and then a lot of players got injured. So it's there for their taking. Now, seeing how we dropped to Houston and Miami and Chicago, you would think not. You would think not. But I tell you what, I bet they show up tonight.
Yeah. All right. Grapes, have a great call tonight.
All right, boys. Thank you.
High Flyer. Thank you. South Flyer, stick around.
Flyer.
We got game night with Scott Marcia and the High Flyer next from the Gold One Center, Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a three. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip-off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call.
At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with a smile.
They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later.
They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys.
So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this, because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes, and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a three. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there.
It's inside to Sabonis. A two-hand rip. A brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
It's time for game night, getting you ready for Sacramento Kings basketball.
He's got the bucket!
Game night is presented by Power Business Technology, your locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or visit them at powercopiers.com. Here's your host, Scott Marsh, alongside the high flyer, Henry Turner.
And a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome inside the Golden One Center. It's game night right here, Sactown Sports, 1140. Scott Marshall along with the high flyer, Henry Turner. It's the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. It's the Greek Freak. Giannis is in the house. Dame time as well. Damian Lillard is here. The lone appearance for the Bucks and for the Kings, trying to break a 15-game losing skid against this Milwaukee team. Of course, they had a great chance back in Milwaukee earlier this year. That overtime thriller, Mike Brown got ejected. The Kings came roaring back, sent that game to overtime, took a 6-point overtime lead. And I hate to repeat it, Henry. We should just hopefully stop that story right there. But, of course, it was Damian Lillard getting the inbounds pass, hitting it from the logo, and sending the Kings home a loser that night, 143-142, one of the toughest losses of the year. An exciting game, unlike maybe Sunday against the Rockets, where the Kings laid an egg against Houston and they end up not beating Houston this series. They go 0-for-3 against the Rockets, and the Kings faltering it against another team that's young, athletic, and defensive-minded.
And you know what, Scott? When you look at the game in Milwaukee, I like the way the Kings played. They came out, they did what they needed to do, played Milwaukee very, very tough. It took a Herculean shot by a once-in-a-lifetime generational player.
Who should not have had the ball.
And if you lose to that, you lose to that, you just got to tip your hat.
That's true.
So that loss wasn't hard to take. You can swallow that one. It's the Houstons. It's the Miamis. It's the whoever,
Charlotte, the Detroit,
yes,
the Portland's on the road. Do you need me to go on?
Yes, it's those games to where you're like, okay. I mean, even the San Antonio game, you go up 20 on a Wembley-less San Antonio team, and you look good. You do exactly what you're supposed to do, and then you let your foot off the accelerator and you let them back in the game. At the end, you win it. On a once in a generational type play, you win it.
Yeah,
you'll take it. But for this team, you didn't do the right thing to win. You didn't deserve it. You got that one, but you didn't deserve it. I want this team to take that next step, Scott, and start doing the right things that they're supposed to do. I was listening to some other shows, and they were like, would you rather for the Sacramento Kings to win the games that they're supposed to win, or beat the teams that are in the higher echelons? Right?
Yep.
And I look at it like I'm happy that they're able to beat those higher echelon teams, but I would rather for my team to beat the teams that they're supposed to beat, right?
Yep.
And then if you're able to go out and beat some of them high echelon teams, that lets me know, okay, well, you know what? You're good enough to compete, right? Because we're building a team here. You're good enough to compete. It's just going to take a couple more pieces for us to be the high echelon team. But if you go out and beat Denver, come home and lose to Charlotte, that Denver game didn't mean nothing.
Exactly. And how many times have we seen that? Obviously, they go beat a Clippers team, come home and lose to a Miami team without Jimmy Butler, Tyler Hero, and it's a good Miami team. But we've seen that many times. The first game of that homestand after the road trip against Detroit, coming in to lose. Charlotte, they lose in a similar circumstance. So it's tough. Right now, the Kings are 36-27. Their percentage points out of the top 6 in a playoff situation. They would be in the play-in if things stood as they were today. And the Kings, again, they've been playing 500 ball. I mean, they've won 9 of their last 18 games. They're 9-9 over that stretch. And just trying to find any sort of consistency. Is there any reason to think that the Kings can get back and playing some consistent basketball here?
I definitely would hope so. But, Scott, let me tell you this. I think we're guilty of this. The Kings are a good basketball team that we're expecting great things from.
Yep.
They're playing good basketball. They're winning games. They're competitive. They're doing everything that they're supposed to do. I think we're putting too much on their plate right now.
And I think that's fair. But let me counter with that. And I'm with you. The trend with the Kings, I'm still with the program, 9 games over 500. I like that. But would you say Sunday was good Kings basketball?
No.
The loss against the Rockets.
No, it wasn't. But like I said, they're a good team. They're not a great team because a great team would have came in and just took care of the Rockets.
Yeah.
A good team takes their foot off the accelerator, and the Rockets come in here and they get them.
They do. The Kings losing that game 112-104. And I think the most mystifying thing about it was they got off to a good start, led by 7 after 1. Second quarter, it started faltering towards halftime, and then I just can't explain that third quarter. I don't know what happened. Things went off the rail. They got outscored 32-14 in that third quarter.
Well, Kings stopped knocking down shots. And once they stop knocking down shots, the offense gets stale. It starts stumbling. And, they start taking ill-advised shots. They're still trying to knock down threes. And then you had a young team like Houston. They was pushing the ball. They smelled blood.
Yeah. They did. To your point, the Kings were 6 of 32 from beyond the arc. As we know, that's just not going to get the job done. Mike Brown afterwards, when he was asked about what happened, he just said bottom line was Houston's a very physical team inside. Every time they tried to drive, obviously Houston created a lot of problems. Sabonis with 9 turnovers. Fox wasn't able to be fourth quarter Fox in that game. And the thing he really spoke about a lot was not spraying the basketball, not taking it in and getting it out to his three-point shooters. And maybe part of that was because they weren't shooting it that well.
And, Scott, you have to look at it like this, too. That young Houston team, Coach Ime got those guys playing, and they're not scared.
Mm-hmm.
They're not scared of anyone. That's why they came out there playing so aggressive. They weren't scared of the Sacramento Kings. We're going to go in here, and we're going to hit them, and we're going to play our style of ball, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. No doubt. So the Kings got to find a way to regroup tonight. And obviously it's going to be a tough turnaround. You've got 2 marquee games here tonight and tomorrow night with the Bucks here, and then an even bigger showdown with the Lakers tomorrow night.
Oh, man, the rubber hits the road, Scooter, no doubt. The Kings are going to have to really show you what they're made out of because these games, they become more and more important, especially as you keep having oopsies along the way.
Yeah, so we'll see what the Kings can do tonight as they continue along in this homestand. As we said, Milwaukee tonight, Lakers tomorrow. You have the Knicks coming in on Saturday, and you finish up with Memphis next Monday night. All right, our look back and the talk by Mike Brown brought to you by Future Lake Honda. Future Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Taking a look at the points in the paint from Sunday's game. The Kings outscored the Rockets in the paint 56-46, but again, part of that was because they weren't shooting the 3 ball so well. Houston was 12 of 29 from distance. As we mentioned, the Kings 6 of 32. That's 18.8%.
Yep, that hurts. And that's what the Kings lay their hat on. But, basketball IQ has to kick in sometimes, Scott, and understand, okay, fellas, this might not be a 3-point night. We have to find ways to still score the basketball, whether it's drive to the basket, whether it's get steals, get out in transition, or whether it's go to the free throw line and utilize that type of game. But we still have to be able to score.
Yeah, no doubt. The points in the paint. Look at that. Brought to you by RT Painting, your reliable and trusted painters in the Sacramento market since 1998. All right, that's a look back at the Rockets game. And, of course, it was tough at the end. The Kings were making a run back. They got within 8, not saying they would have won the game, but then that, horrible ending with Sengun going down. That was really tough.
Yes. Did it ever say what happened to him?
I'm trying to find the latest on him. He was having an MRI yesterday.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to see that young man go out like that. I mean, he's having a hell of a year, coming into the NBA, second year, playing some great basketball. That's one thing that's bigger than the game. You don't ever want to see any player go down with that type of injury.
Yeah, and here's the latest on it. The reports are he's likely going to miss the rest of the season.
Oh.
But the Rockets are relieved that the big man avoided, quote-unquote, a major injury.
Okay.
So that is a good thing. Reporting a grade 3 ankle sprain that will likely keep him sidelined for the remainder of the season. So not even talking anything about the knee. So that is tremendous news. And,
yes.
I kind of thought, again, I don't like to play doctor. I'm certainly not qualified to do it. But when they took him out on the wheelchair and he had both legs bent,
right?
Like, you knew, first of all, it wasn't like he fractured his leg because it would have been in a cast. It would have been immobilized.
Right.
The fact he was able to bend that leg like he was indicated exactly.
Right.
So I was thinking, he might have just been really scared at what happened. Obviously, he was in a lot of pain as well. But I was thinking maybe it wouldn't be the worst, and fortunately it isn't.
Good deal.
Yeah, so that is absolutely good news. But for the Rockets, if they had any thoughts of getting into the play-in, and again, they were 5 games back of Golden State going into that game on Sunday, their chances without Sengun the rest of the year probably have faded away now.
Hey, that just goes to show you how fast things can change.
Yep.
It can be relieved very, very quickly.
Speaking of injuries, there will be no Keegan Murray tonight for the Sacramento Kings. We'll get into that when we come back, as the Kings will be without one of their best defenders, if not their very best, against a very long, athletic defensive team in Milwaukee. We'll talk all about that when we come back. It's Game Night. It's brought to you by our good friends at Power Business Technology. Experience for yourself how the Power of Family can help you with all your business copier needs. Give them a call today, 1-844-POWER-BZ, or go to powercopiers.com. More of Game Night right here from Golden One Center on Sactown Sports 1140.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get ready for your chance to win a $475 gift card by entering Sactown Sports Bracket Challenge on Monday, March 18th. Sponsored by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Starting with one store in 1978, Boot Barn has become the largest Western and workwear retailer in the nation. Supporting those who feed, build, and protect America, we offer the largest selection of cowboy boots, work boots, Western wear, workwear, and outdoor gear. With over 500,000 pairs of boots and thousands of top-quality jeans and clothing, it's an honor to support the people who make our country so great. Boot Barn. Keep West.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Welcome back into game night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. Scott Marshall on with the high flyer who took off during the break, and I'm not sure where he's at. Hopefully he's coming back. Hopefully that's not an indication he doesn't want to work with me any longer. Oh, he is coming back. That's good. High Flyers got people to see, things to do. Game night is always brought to you by Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Again, presenting all our post-game coverage from the Houston Rockets. We turn the page now. Milwaukee in the house, and High Flyers, I mentioned going to the break, the Kings are certainly going to be shorthanded tonight. No Keegan Murray. If you'll recall, his ankle got stepped on late in that game against Houston, and it's just not filling up the part of play tonight. And Keegan's a guy you certainly would want to have against the length of the Bucks. I understand they're not quite the same defensive team without Drew Holiday and all of that, but obviously you're going to be missing a key defender against one of the best teams in the league tonight.
Well, you know what the Sacramento Kings are going to miss. They're going to miss their number one guy who defends the number one guy on the other team.
Absolutely.
You know, Keegan Murray usually gets that call. So, you know, when you look at, okay, well, who's going to guard Giannis and who's going to be in front of Dame on the pick and rolls? Because, you know, Keegan was guarding point guards also.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not having Keegan Murray is going to be a huge hit to the Kings' stellar defensive line.
No doubt. And it was Dylan Brooks who stepped on Murray's foot. Remember that, a little under 2 minutes left to go in that game. He was limping, heading back to the locker room, never re-entered the contest. So hopefully it won't be anything long-term for Keegan, but certainly makes it a little bit more challenging tonight against the Bucks team. As we look at it, they're in second place in the Eastern Conference. Normally you'd say, okay, that's good, except this is a team, as we know, it's absolute championship or bust. And if you're going to look at them right now at 42-23, the Celtics seem so much further ahead of them, not just in the standings. I mean, they're 9 games ahead of them in the loss column, which is a ton of games. They're not going to catch them. But the Celtics just seem like a team that's playing at a different level from the Bucks.
Yes, the Celtics are definitely on a different page. But I tell you what, Milwaukee is not far from it. You know, when you look at the personnel that they have, you know, and some of the acquisitions they made, like bringing Patrick Beverly over, you know, just to be another solidified defender, to where they lost Middleton. And, you know, they still got, you know, Pat Cottington out there. You know, Middleton has been the biggest question mark for them.
Yes, and he's a huge question tonight. In fact, he's not playing tonight for the Bucks.
Right, he's been the biggest question mark for them because he hasn't been able to be on the floor for Milwaukee. And, you know, and he's a legitimate all-star, man. So when you lose a legitimate all-star, I don't care what team you have, it's going to hurt somewhere along the line.
Yeah, no doubt. Not having Middleton, he has really been that third, fourth guy, especially when that won that championship back in 2021 that put them over. Obviously, Milwaukee, the team that maybe has had the most turmoil this season. They go and fire Adrian Griffin middle of the year.
Yeah.
They bring in Doc Rivers. He promptly loses several games to start. He becomes the all-star coach just by osmosis because
that's cool.
because Joe Mazzulla can't in Boston because Boston had that honor the year prior. So Doc shows up there. But after the all-star break, Milwaukee wins 6 straight. And it seems like defensively they're starting to find it. They wanted to bring Doc in to stabilize things. Obviously, the Stars weren't happy, and they wanted to find some defensive focus to this team. And maybe they are starting to round in shape a little bit.
You know, the thing about Milwaukee is, Scott, is that they understand their window. They understand what they did. They understand the moves that they made. Their window is championship or bust, regardless to how you have to change your players, regardless of how you have to change your coach. The one thing that is at hand for this team is championship. So they're willing to make the changes that they need to make to get that championship ring.
Yeah, no doubt. What do you make of the whole Doc Rivers situation now that we've seen it for a little bit? Did you like the in-season move?
Tough move because I honestly didn't think that the Milwaukee was playing that badly, but you really have to look at the personnel on the team and how the guys, this is a players league, Scott, you know that. And if the guys on the basketball squad isn't happy with what's going on, you best believe that they're going to make changes, even with a player like Doc. When the players aren't happy, they have to make a move. And that's, in the coach's position, that's the number one guy that's going to fall on the knife if you're not playing well.
Yep. And one thing that Doc has done is he's gone to the veterans. Patrick Beverly, part of the Bucks team now. And, when we talk about guys who are just instigators and people who come out and consistently play hard and the guy you love on your team, you don't necessarily like having to face him. He kind of fits in that Dylan Brooks mode. And, Patrick Beverly's been an important piece that they have now.
We just talked about these guys. We just talked about Draymond Green. We just talked about Dylan Brooks. Patrick Beverly falls right in line with those guys to where you have a legitimate dude on your basketball team that's not going to back down from anybody, right?
Yep.
And he's going to hold everybody accountable because he's going to give you 150% out there on the floor, and he's going to be the guy that's going to do the dirty work.
Yeah, and, Doc's a player's coach, but he's a veterans player's coach. And obviously he's won a championship with Boston, and he had those teams in L.A. Some people feel like maybe he's underachieved in the playoffs a little bit, but he still has the championship pedigree, and obviously he's got a good team here in Milwaukee.
I will say Doc is definitely a veterans coach because Doc's an old school player first, and then he's an old school coach. And old school game is veterans, young players will get you some wins.
Yeah.
Veterans get you championships.
Yep.
Because they've been there, they've done that. And in the crunch time, they're not going to just lose their focus and lose their attention. Veterans have been there. They're going to get the job done. So that's why Doc rolled with guys like that. I'm not upset that he has a Patrick Beverly on his team. I would have one too, maybe two if I could find it.
Exactly. Every team can use a Patrick Beverly. All right. As you look at it right now, about 3/4 of the way into the season, the Bucks, they went all in. They made some trades. Some people didn't like it, getting rid of Drew Holiday and going after Damian Lillard. They certainly tinkered with the chemistry of their team, which has been good. They won a championship in 2021. It isn't like they won a championship 10 years ago. They fired Budenholzer, then they fired Adrian Griffin. There's been a lot of stuff going on here.
Right.
But I'm just curious, as you look at it today, does this team right now, in your opinion, does it have a better chance of winning a championship than the team from a year ago? What do you think?
I think so. They still have their core. They still have a very good bench. I love Bobby Portis coming off the bench, man. He's another one of those Patrick Beverly guys to where you got a guard and you got a big man.
Yep.
That's going to do the dirty work. That's what makes this team so good because they are a very well-rounded basketball team. And then, last year it was all about building the wall for Giannis. If you build the wall for Giannis, you could win. Well, there is no building the wall for Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
Even though as good as Middleton is, believe me, not Middleton, but Drew Holiday is. I put no slight on him, but offensively, he's not a Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
He's not a guy that's going to just light it up from three. Yes, he can shoot threes. No doubt he's going to be good on the defensive end. But when you need somebody to give you something extra on the offensive end, Dame Lillard is one of the best in the business.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you listen to Dame Time talk, they're coming off a win against the Clippers on Sunday, 124-117. And, the thought is with Lillard that him and Giannis are starting to figure each other out. They're learning where to get the ball to each other. The pick and roll is becoming more comfortable between them. And, boy, if they get to that level where they feel seamless, that is going to be probably the toughest 1-2 combination in the league.
I'm going to tell you this, Scott, and it might not get seamless this year, but I'll tell you what, next year, oh, buddy, having those two together on a pick and roll, having those two together in a half-court set or in transition, it's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be tough. And, One thing about Lillard, he's going to hit the big shot in the big moment. So Milwaukee playing for a championship. You talk about the Giannis wall, and we know teams have certainly tried to do that. It's tougher with Dame time on their team. What about the Fox wall that seemingly teams are starting to build up against De'Aaron? Obviously, the Rockets did a very good job of pinching the paint. De'Aaron had for him a very tough fourth quarter on Sunday. And is that part of what's going on here? Part of the formula teams have realized you pinch the paint, you make it tough on Sabonis, you force him into turnovers, you don't allow De'Aaron to drive, you force this team to hit threes. And if they're going to hit those threes, you know what? You're going to be in a battle, but if they're not hitting the threes, you've got a great chance of beating this Kings team.
I tell you what, if I'm on the other side and I look at the Sacramento Kings team, of course I'm going to pinch the middle because for number one, De'Aaron Fox loves to get downhill. He's one of the best in the business at getting to the bucket. But if you bring a lot of guys and you crowd that basket, now you're cutting off De'Aaron and you're cutting off Sabonis because Sabonis does a lot of work down there also. And, okay, if they spray out and the Kings are knocking down threes, you're going to lose anyway. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
If the Kings are knocking down their three-point shots, you're going to lose anyway. But if they're not dropping threes at a big rate, you're putting yourself in a good position to win.
Can the Kings do anything this year to counter that?
No.
Everybody says it might require a roster change.
It is. It is a roster change, no doubt. Because you look at what De'Aaron does best, and that's get downhill.
Yep.
He can shoot the three, but getting downhill is his superpower because he can get past anybody that's in the league. They can't stay in front of him, right?
Yep.
And then, Sabonis does all of his work around the rim. Sabonis might shoot a three-pointer, knock down one. He might shoot a free throw line jump shot. He might hit one. He gets all his work done around the rim. So, yes, I'm going to crowd all of that. And now you think about what's going on. Kevin Huerter isn't shooting the ball the best. Harrison Barnes is shooting under his percentage. So is Keegan Murray. So now you got 3 of your 5 that are not shooting the basketball well, and then you crowd the rim for the other 2 best players. That's the recipe to win right there. That's it.
Yeah, no, and teams obviously know that about Sacramento, and that'll be the challenge for the Kings here in the remainder of the season. As, after the All-Star break, Mike Brown making the point before Sunday's game, they were the 3rd best offense if you look at it point-wise. But if you look at the rating, they've been falling out of the top 10. So it's an interesting dynamic going on with the Sacramento Kings. All right, we'll take the break. When we come back, we're going to go around the league. We'll get you caught up on all the other news and notes going on as well. We'll get you caught up on the other games as well going on in the league, and a couple of records being broken by individual Kings players. We'll talk about that with Sabonis and also Malik Monk. It's Game Nights being brought to you by the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Sacramento. If you have a heart of service, you want to do something good for children in our area. There's lots of children who need an outside mentor in their lives. You can be that person. Just go to bbbs-sac.org to find out all about becoming a volunteer mentor. That's bbbs-sac.org. More Game Night coming up from the Golden One Center right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a 3. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Skies will stay cloudy through the evening hours tonight, and then the clouds will clear out overnight. Tomorrow will turn out to be a sunny day with an afternoon breeze, and highs will warm into the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA 3 app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia during their spring event and save big on your favorite models. You can even buy with 0 down on approval of credit. Shop your trusted Kia dealership for over 25 years and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports.
Welcome back into game night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. It's a beautiful evening here in our capital city. The sun is out. The Doko is entertaining a lot of fans before they come into the arena, getting ready for this one tonight. Kings and Bucks, Sacramento trying to stop a 15-game losing skid to Milwaukee. They almost did it in Milwaukee, but losing in overtime on that dramatic three-pointer by Damian Lillard. Did you realize, this just got pointed out to me, it was the last game for Adrian Griffin. That was the last game he coached before he got fired.
Oh, wow. No.
Yeah, I forgot about that, but that is certainly the case as Doc Rivers leading this Milwaukee team. As we mentioned, no Keegan Murray tonight for the Kings, no Chris Middleton for the Bucks. We'll have a full injury report coming up for you in our next segment. But right now, we want to go around the league. And when we talk about injuries, obviously it affects every team, and it's going to have a huge impact on how things finish out in both conferences. And probably no team affected more right now than Minnesota. Big Cat had his meniscus surgery. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks, which puts it right around the end of the regular season.
And you know the bad thing about what's happening with Big Cat is, Scott, you know, when you're a big man and you're trying to rush back, it's very easy to come back too early. You know, it might be a situation to where I know Minnesota ain't trying to hear it, but they might have to sit him down for the rest because, you know, big guys don't come back like guards.
Yeah.
You know, that thing has to be totally healed and ready to go before you say, yeah, get out there on that floor again.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Timberwolves have led the Western Conference for so long. Currently, they're in third place. And you'll remember Big Cat, of course, missed a lot of last year. He came back suddenly, which was interesting. But for this season, the T-Wolves were playing so well and above expectations. But right now, as you see it, they're 44-21. The Clippers are only a game behind in the loss column. You've got the Pelicans who are streaking. They've won 4 straight, 7 of 10. They're 39-25. You've got the Suns in the 6th spot, 38-27, and then the Kings 36-27. Can any or all of those teams catch Minnesota at this point?
I'm telling you, it can be some shakeup. It can definitely be some shakeup. If these teams start playing basketball the way that they're capable of, Yeah, Minnesota might be in trouble, man, if they can't hold on.
It'll be really interesting. Obviously, they still have the Ant-Man. They have Gobert in the middle. By the way, what did you make of Gobert in that $100,000 fine? He signaled to the refs on a bad call. He went with the money sign, indicating that the refs may have been paid for some of the calls. The one who paid for it was Rudy Gobert.
You know what? Rudy Gobert makes so much money that $100,000 is not going to hurt. It's going to go to somebody's charity, but at the end of the day, that's why the league can put these crazy, crazy fines on players, because they making crazy money.
Yeah. We'll see if it stops him from gesturing the money sign to the refs again. Speaking of Rudy Gobert, Henry, you and I, as we look back, I was just thinking about this as well. Do you realize we're almost here 4 years to the day when everything shut down? And it was Rudy Gobert, right?
It was Rudy Gobert, the first guy that actually contracted it.
Yes.
He
shut down the league. Yep.
Yes, he was the first one to get the COVID, and things all of a sudden start adding up, and then the referee didn't come out, and
Pelicans wouldn't come out.
Hey, that's when the panic started.
Yep, we were sitting probably about maybe 100 yards from where we are right now on March 11th, 2020.
Right, because we were still on the concourse.
We were on the concourse, everybody walking around, having a good time, getting ready for a nationally televised game between the Kings and the Pelicans.
But you know what, though? It was something in the air, though, about that night. It was it was eerie because we was getting some inklings about what was going on. It might be a pandemic. Things are happening. A lot of people are getting sick. And then all of a sudden, we seen, what was it, one or two players come out, and they turned around and walked back in.
Yeah.
We're like, wait a minute, something isn't right. And then we got the word what happened in Utah.
Yep.
And then the officiating crew that was at Utah was here in Sacramento.
Yeah, it was Courtney, trying to remember his last name, who was the official who had been there Monday night for the prior Salt Lake game in Salt Lake.
And he was sick.
Yes. Or they were concerned. I don't know if they had actually there was no test, right? So, I mean, they were still trying to figure it all out at that time, right? So, but I think the first piece of that news, obviously Gobert was part of it, but that was when Tom Hanks and his wife announced that they had contracted the coronavirus as well. And everybody, that was like the international news, right? So, weird times, but fortunately, we're 4 years removed from that. We have a full crowd expected for tonight's game. We're celebrating what Golden One Center is all about, the Doco. It's a beautiful evening here in Sacramento. All right, let's go back, focusing in on some of these injuries. We talked about the impact that it might be with the Catman being out in Minnesota. Steph Curry, good news there. He's set to rejoin practice on Friday, but he will not play against the Mavs. The Warriors did beat San Antonio last night without Steph.
That hurt.
So they got their first win without Curry. But every game adding up, and right now the Warriors are in that 10 spot. They're 34-30 right now, trying to work their way up somehow to maybe get out of the play-in.
Yeah, they're coming. All these teams are definitely trying to do their best and try to get up as high as they possibly can. You look at it, Dallas is trying to make a surge. Golden State, you just alluded to that. The Lakers, hopefully Sacramento better look back and say, oh, wait a minute, we need to get this car in gear.
Yeah, no doubt. If you look at the standings, right, the Warriors are 34-30. The Lakers, who are here tomorrow night, they're 36-30 now. So they're starting to play better basketball. You've got the Mavs 37-28. That's who the Warriors will be taking on. And then the Kings right there in that 7th spot. So if it's shaped up as it is today, it'd be Kings and Mavs in one play-in, Lakers and Warriors in the other.
I do not want this team in the play-in. I'm going on record. I've been on record saying it. I want this team to be at least in the 6th spot.
Yeah.
At least in the 6th spot for this season, for me to look at this season and say, okay, it's been a successful one.
Yeah, no doubt. Good news health-wise around the league. OG Anunoby back for the Knicks. They need him. They're still trying to get Julius Randle back as they make a push to at least host a home round in the Eastern Conference playoffs. And then Tyrese Maxey also returning for the 76ers. I mean, the blow of Embiid obviously devastating, but without Maxey, it's just impossible to compete without both of them.
Oh, it's over with. I mean, you lose your 1-2 punch, Scott. And, you talk about players being added and coming back. I didn't know Milwaukee had Gallinari. I didn't know they had him.
Yeah, they made some, getting Pat Bev, getting Gallinari.
Yeah, they getting themselves together to make a push.
Yeah, they've gone all veteran. That's one thing that Doc Rivers has done with the roster here.
I mean, that roster looks deep now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not Connaughton and Bobby Portis coming off that bench.
Yeah.
Now you got 4 guys that can give you some legitimate minutes.
Yeah, well, that's the hope for Milwaukee. All right, other games going on in the league tonight. Speaking of those 76ers, Tyrese Maxey has 17 points. The Knicks are rolling over Philly at the Garden right now, as Josh Hart already has a triple-double, 17 points, 14 rebounds, and 10 assists for the Knicks in that one. At halftime, the Grizz beating up on the Wizards 67-42 in a game that doesn't really mean anything other than the Grizz will be here on next Monday night, and they always play hard. OKC trailing at home to the Pacers 58-46. Spurs and Rockets tonight. San Antonio leading early on 30-28. You have the Celtics in Utah that take on the Jazz. The Timberwolves are in LA. They will take on the Clippers, and we have our game here tonight, Milwaukee and Sacramento. When we come back, we'll focus in on Bucks and Kings. We'll get you to the Arnold Law Firm injury report. We'll break this one down tonight. It's the first of 2, a home back-to-back for the Kings. Milwaukee tonight, LeBron and company tomorrow night here from Golden One Center. It's game night right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a 3. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip-off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports. Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And Logan Ryan picks him up. Looks like they're playing man. LaPorta's over there as well. It's 5 out. It's empty on 4th down. Goff back. Not going to get out to his right. Being chased. Throws, and it is incomplete. The 49ers take over on 4th down again.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee-owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
Ever since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my hiding spots.
Ha! Found you.
How?
That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Now through March 21st, get started with 200 megabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
The Kings had their hearts ripped out in Milwaukee, and now they go for revenge.
Forces the shot. It's no good. Rebound. Track down. Malik Monk has it. Races up the floor. Is he going to drive it? He pulls up at the elbow. Circles back out. Steps into a 3. He scores the triple. Game tied at 129.
It's the Kings and Bucks tonight at Golden One Center. Tip-off at 7 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Welcome back to the game night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. Scott Marshall along with the High Flyer Henry Turner. Our final segment before we get you ready for Kings Live pregame. That comes up at 6:30 tonight. Jason Ross will be here. High Flyer will stay. G-Man joins them. They'll take you up until tip-off. G-Man with the call tonight, 7 o'clock. Special night. The Greek Freak, one of the great players in the NBA and of the entire world here in Sacramento tonight. as the Kings will try to find a way to get a victory. First time in 16 attempts against this Milwaukee team. We'll break it all down. Game night being brought to you by our friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Check out their full line of luxury vehicles at mbofstockton.com. They're going to be in the house tonight as well, so We're looking forward to seeing them as they'll try to root the Kings on to a victory. All right, the injury report for tonight, as always, brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm, helping you since 1975. If you're in need, give them a call, 916-777-7777. Again, that's 916-777-7777 if you're in need of their legal service. For the Kings tonight, no Keegan Murray. He has been ruled out. Dylan Brooks stepped on his ankle late in the game on Sunday. He did not return, and he will not be available tonight. That will certainly hurt the Kings' chances. We know Sasha Vezenkov still continues to be out with his own grade 3 ankle sprain. Haven't heard much about his timeline, so not sure when he will be back for the Kings. As for the Bucks in this one, Giannis was originally listed as questionable. He's been upgraded to probable. He is going to play tonight. Chris Middleton with his ankle is not going to play tonight for the Bucks. So both teams without a key piece. How does that influence the game tonight, High Flyer?
You know, for the Milwaukee Bucks, we just talked about how they done built their basketball team. I don't think it's going to hurt them as much. But for us, we lose our number one guy, our guy that guards the number one guy on the opposing team. So, you know, now we're going to have to figure out who's going to guard Giannis, who's going to be able to stay in front of Dame. Yeah. So, you know, it's going to be big for us.
All right, you throw out the questions. What are the answers?
To be determined.
Yeah. Who starts out on Giannis tonight? Is it Sabonis?
Maybe. You know,
who starts for Keegan Murray?
I must say, we don't know who's going to start for Keegan Murray.
I'm guessing it'll be Trey Lyles tonight.
And, you know, and I don't feel bad about putting Trey Lyles on Giannis for a while.
Mm-hmm.
See what happens.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that makes the most sense. You've got to have some length out there tonight.
You do, because, you know, he's not going to pull up a bunch of jump shots, but he will take a couple, and you have to be able to have somebody out there to be able to match up with him.
And, again, we haven't talked about it, but Brook Lopez is going to be out there tonight as well.
Yeah, the big fella, the big stretch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they got a lot of intricate pieces, man. I mean, we talk about this championship or bust team. They are loaded with talent.
They are, and it is going to be a very tough matchup. And we've seen the Kings, you know, they were struggling against the length and athleticism of the Houston Rockets, a good young team. Obviously, Milwaukee at a different level from there. Mike Brown's used a lot of zone lately, and it's been pretty effective. Do you think we'll see more zone from the Kings?
I honestly think we will see more zone because, you know, it kind of throws teams off, and sometimes that's what you need just to change the momentum. But I don't know if it's going to be done against Milwaukee, because when you go to a zone, you leave that middle open.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to see Giannis in the middle at the free throw line. It's all over. So, you know, if Giannis is in the game and they have Brook Lopez, well, there's another stretch. Guys who can just straight knock down threes. So I don't think the Kings really want to do it against Milwaukee. Against some other teams, it might work better.
Yeah. Giannis currently third in the NBA in points per game and overall points, just under 2,000 so far this year. First in field goals made, free throw attempts. He does it all. And, you know, in his 11th year, he has become one of the all-time greats in this league. Where do you put him? I mean, obviously he's an MVP player. He hasn't gotten that conversation talk like, you know, he has in the last, you know, I'd say 2-3 years ago. But does his name deserve to be in consideration?
Oh, no doubt, because he still hasn't changed his game. You know, I know a lot of people are like, well, you know, if he can hit a jump shot, well, they still haven't figured out a solid way to stop him from around the rim. You know, he's still Herculean at the basket. So, yes, his name still should be at the very highest level.
Yeah, no doubt. He's still playing at the highest of level and has been such a mainstay with Milwaukee. And, you know, let's face it, this team has done everything it has done in an effort to keep Giannis happy and in Milwaukee. And it's been successful so far.
And, you know, and it's a good thing because rightfully so. You know, he got drafted there. He's their guy. He is the franchise guy. And, yeah, you want to keep your player and you want to keep your player happy. So, a good franchise is going to do everything that they possibly can to keep their guy.
And give him some credit, too, because he certainly could have taken off for
easily.
bigger markets.
Easily, and made a lot more money in a bigger market, no doubt. But for him to say, hey, I'm going to stay diligent. I want to be here. I want to bring it here. And he did. Yep. He succeeded. He brought a championship to Milwaukee. So you have to be behind a player like that.
Yep. Malik Monk breaking some history as well. He had his 22nd 20-point game against Houston, past Eddie Johnson, who did that for most 20-point games off the bench in a season. And that was back during the first year of the Kings run back in 85 and 86. So Malik Monk continues his credentials for sixth man of the year. But again, the conversation never ends with Malik Monk, why he isn't in the starting five.
Because Mike Brown is diligent on having him be the guy that comes off the bench and changes the game. Be a tone setter off the bench. Because really, if you put him in the starting lineup, you have nobody that's going to come off the bench and change the game in the way that he can. So I understand why he elects to keep him there. I just thought at one particular point when De'Aaron Fox was hurt that he would at least experiment with having him in that starting lineup.
I thought so too. How about this idea? You don't start him to start the game, but you start him to start the second half.
I'm with that.
The Kings' third quarters have
because you want to get out. Because you want to get out to most teams that come out the third quarter want to get out to an early start.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out. Sabonis continues his amazing run of numbers. 10th player of the season, 25 points, 90% field goal in a game. That includes Damian Lillard, 46 straight double-double, 17th longest streak in NBA history.
Oh, yeah. Was he All-Star?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that. Did Sabonis make the All-Star team? No. Automatic, right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with numbers like that, second player in NBA history with 20 points per game, 13 rebounds, 8 assists. The only other player, his name?
Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain back in the 67-68 season. But no, not an All-Star.
They need to build a statue if that's what it takes.
Absolutely. All right, other things tonight for the Kings. They're coming off the tough one against Houston. As we've kind of taken this roller coaster, it's been great game against a good team, subpar game against a less than good team. So if we're on that trend tonight, Kings are going to play well.
I honestly believe the Kings will come out and you will see a good Sacramento Kings team, and they're going to push Milwaukee. And then at the end, whatever happens is going to happen. But I do think you're going to see the best of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. Tough part is, obviously, Milwaukee's been a very good team, but 15 straight, that's hard to explain.
Yeah.
I guess when you have games like in Milwaukee, a three-pointer at the buzzer, that somewhat explains it.
Yeah, you're able to close out games. And that's a big part of having a great basketball team. They beat the teams they're supposed to beat, and then at the end, they find a way to win.
You think Mike Brown has his computer ready to go for the postgame just in case?
No, I don't think Mike wants that fine. Mike don't want that smoke. He already had a couple of them already.
That was still one of the most memorable games of the season, without a doubt.
That was fun.
There was a lot going on there.
Yes,
Mike Brown got ejected. Kings came roaring back, sent that game to overtime, took a lead, only to give it up, only to have Mike Brown in the postgame presser just break it down visually what went wrong.
That was almost iconic as practice. You're talking about practice?
Yeah, it absolutely was. All right, that's going to do it for game night. High Flyer is always great to work with you, and have a great call tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right, we are getting you ready for Kings Live pregame. Jason Ross here for that. Game night has been brought to you by National Garage Door. Check out their basketball special, 916-638-4554. They will set you up, and we appreciate their sponsorship of game night. As we said, Kings Live pregame coming your way next. Tip tonight, 7 o'clock. It's the Kings and the Bucks. It's the final matchup of these two teams this year. Sacramento trying to even out the season series and trying to win the front end of a back-to-back. Lakers here tomorrow. Keep it tuned here all evening long. We've got you covered right here on Sactown Sports 1140. Have a great night, everyone.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Skies will stay cloudy through the evening hours tonight, and then the clouds will clear out overnight. Tomorrow will turn out to be a sunny day with an afternoon breeze, and highs will warm into the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA3